We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. For many, it's a playground. For others, it's where we earn our living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant. And when accidents happen, they happen very fast.
On the sea, you have to expect the unexpected. It will just turn around and bite you.
Mayday! Mayday!
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of nearly 5,000 ordinary people.
When the pager goes off, we don't know what the shout is, where it is, how many people are involved. It could be anything.
Where do you feel the pain, Alex?
My back and my leg and my neck.
Stuart, just hold the boat!
I am so thankful that they came.
Things could have turned out to be a lot worse.
I've had people drown in front of me. Before we've got there, that person's gone.
Calm down, you're okay, pal.
Equipped with their own cameras,
My light flashing. That's mine.
the crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it. Speeding through the roughest weather, searching for people who may only have moments to live. For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
The decisions we make on a lifeboat can all mean the difference between life or death.
Lying at the mouth of the Kingsbridge estuary on the south coast of Devon is Salcombe, a resort town with a proud seafaring history.
There aren't many harbours that you come into that look as beautiful as this place. Its biggest selling factor is sandy beaches and nice clear water. The harbour is made up of recreational, commercial fishermen, commercial water sports, paddleboards, canoes, kayak, everything. You name it, if it floats, it's pretty much been in here.
But by the autumn, the local fishing fleet can often have the sea to themselves. The Salcombe lifeboat crew have received a mayday call, the highest level of emergency at sea. A fishing boat is in distress a mile offshore.
The initial comms were man overboard and that he's been caught under the water. You hear mayday, a man overboard, it sort of pricks your ears up and you're thinking, all this stuff we've trained for, this is where it counts now.
Any delay on a mayday call can mean the difference between life and death. In charge, second coxswain Cameron has a decision to make. Wait for crew member Kirsten, a junior doctor, or launch the lifeboat.
You're sort of like drastically working out, have I got enough crew to go to sea? Can I go now, or am I going to wait for the doctor? You know that you're going to need a doctor, but then if you wait longer, you get there and it's too late. The rest of the guys are on the boat looking at you and you're thinking, well, do I, don't I?
Cameron gambles and decides to wait for the doctor.
When I got to station, first thing I saw was Cam, who was like looking down at the street, and normally he like say hello to me or something friendly to start with, and he just went, "Get your gear, there's an unconscious fisherman," and I think that's all we knew at that time.
With Kirsten now on board, the crew pushed the Tamar-class lifeboat to its top speed of 25 knots in a race to reach the fishing boat.
Fishing's a very dangerous occupation, so they're used to taking risks. They're very good at looking after themselves, and I think often that's why when something goes wrong, it's gone wrong in a big way.
You're making comms to the Coast Guard, they've given you an update, he's now on deck. They've got him breathing, but he stopped breathing again.
The fisherman has been pulled back on board unconscious. His crewmates are trying to resuscitate him.
Worst case is you arrive and he's not breathing and you can't get him to breathe. We do our best for that not to happen, but you can't control that. Time is always against you when someone's been in the water. "25
minutes after the call came in, the crew spot the fishing boat. Kirsten and fellow volunteer James get aboard to make an immediate assessment of the casualty's condition.
As I got close to him and saw him properly, he was lying on his side and he just looked really sick. He looked grey, he looked washed out.
He was in and out of consciousness. You didn't get a huge amount out of him. He was bringing up seawater. You know when someone's not well, and he wasn't.
Although he's conscious, the fisherman's been underwater, deprived of oxygen for several minutes. He's also suffering serious injuries from being dragged across the deck by the fishing gear that pulled him under.
He was making a lot of effort to breathe. His heart rate was super high. We got some oxygen on him pretty much straight away. He needed equipment that we couldn't give on a lifeboat. That Cam had said to me before, like, if you can, let's just walk him over and take him, you know, back into Salcombe. And I remember telling Coops, you need to tell him he's big sick and he needs to be immobilised and we need to get him out of here and quickly.
A Coast Guard helicopter has been scrambled, but it's coming from Newquay, over 50 miles away. The crew must now keep the casualty stable until it arrives.
Being underwater for that amount of time, drowning, not breathing, there are top-level sort of bad day things to happen. You're using every resource you possibly can.
Silas, the injured fisherman, was pulled overboard while laying crab pots with his best friend Jack.
We weren't quite family, but you could all but say he was, because I've known him since I was 3. We went to primary school together, we went to secondary school together. We did everything together, pretty much. He had his own little boat and wanted to learn, and I said that you come on with us and we'll teach you. We were nearly about to go home. Silas let the end weight go. The rope sort of come tight and it appeared to like attract round his hand. He got tangled up and he hit the deck and he was sliding out the door. And I'm still looking over the rail, froze, and he's looking at me with full eye contact. And the expression and the look in his eyes was, I'm never coming back. And then I watched him go out the door and he just disappeared into the blue. And Silas's Wellington boots popped up to the surface. And I was shouting, he's there, and then I sort of realised he wasn't there, it was just his Wellingtons. Suddenly, I could see his hand, and it come up over, and I thought, we've got him. And I was expecting him to start shouting, get me out of the water. That's what I was expecting. But I didn't expect him to be like that, dead, lying in the water upside down. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that at all.
Kirsten and James have been working to keep Silas stable for almost 10 minutes. Finally, the Coast Guard helicopter appears overhead.
When you see the helicopter arrive, it is a relief because you know that they're paramedics and they carry much more equipment than what we do, and they'll be in hospital in half the time as what it would be for us to steam in and get them in an ambulance. It could give them the best chance to survive if they get up in a helicopter.
Although they've stabilised him, the crew need to get Silas urgent medical attention.
He just looked awful by the time they were wanting to winch him up. The winchman looked at him and he was like, we need to get out of here, we need to get out of here quick.
The plan at the time was that the helo was going to drop down their stretcher, we'd transfer him and he'd go up. Sadly, he took a bit of a turn for the worse, and both Kirsten and Reggie, the winchman, life over limb, and it was made clear that an immediate winch was necessary.
Silas has flown 30 miles to Plymouth to be treated for serious neck injuries and the effects of oxygen starvation.
You're on tenterhooks because you know you've done the best you can do, but the level of his injuries were just so severe, he needed to get to a hospital.
All Cameron can do now is wait to find out if his gamble to hold the lifeboat for Kirsten has paid off.
You hope that you made the right decision. You try your best, but until you hear that they're on the mend and that they're doing okay, you still don't. You're not resting on your laurels so much.
On arriving at hospital, the injured fisherman Silas was rushed into emergency surgery. His injuries were so severe he was placed into an induced coma.
He came round and he just wanted to talk to me. I was ushered in quickly and relieved to hear him speaking and talking to me, even though he was sky high on morphine. It was a relief once I knew he was semi-okay.
I had a fractured neck. Obviously, as I went out the door, I must have fractured it then. It hit a bit of stainless steel and just knocked my vertebrae forwards and fractured my neck. I remember being under the water for a little bit, and then I must have got unconscious, just blacked out.
I think he came as close to dying as you'd ever want to come. You do feel proud that you've done something that, actually might change the outcome of someone's life.
Well, I'm very grateful for what they did. If it wasn't for them being on the ball, I might not be here. It says on those YOLO t-shirts, you only live once, and my mate went, you need one that says YOLOT. You only live twice.
Making split-second life and death decisions at sea is part of the job for the 5,000 volunteers who guard the waters around the UK and Ireland.
Time is everything, from pager to the boat hitting the water to the scene itself. Each second counts.
Where do you feel the pain, Alex?
My back of my leg and my neck.
Your mind is racing straight away. Is there going to be people in the water? What's the state of the tide? Can I even get to where they are?
Decisions need to be made there and then, on the spot.
Take the stretcher. Give it to me.
And it's your decisions that ultimately result in somebody being rescued or somebody being lost.
Paramedics talk about the golden hour, but I mean, you have an hour because you're on land. But if you're at water and you have a chance of drowning, you're going to drown in a matter of seconds.
A second can always be the difference between life and death.
In its 143-year history, the crews at Marlborough Station on the Isle of Anglesey have amassed 37 awards for gallantry.
Hello. Hi, Rob.
Hello, Bobby J.
Probably wouldn't call it a team. I'd probably call it more of a family.
Do they do extra large boys?
There's nothing that could break the bond that we've got. It really is a small community, and the Lifeboat Station's the big part of it.
Lying off the rugged northwest coast of Wales, the seas around Anglesey are peppered with rocky outcrops, which have wrecked many a ship over the years. And there's one place on the Marlborough Cruise patch which is more treacherous than most.
Dillis Island is a chunk of rock in the middle of the sea, 2 miles offshore, but it's notorious in the 1800s for shipwrecks. I've been on the island and it's pretty bleak. It's cold, it's exposed, there's no shelter from the wind, so it's not a nice place.
It has a refuge on it that's been there from the 1800s, and its purpose was to give survivors of shipwreck a location to shelter until help would reach them.
33-year-old Martin Jones has been on the crew here for 17 years. He and his wife Kerry have lived on Anglesey all their lives.
Lottie, does Dad go on the boat?
There's Jokes, yeah.
18-month-old Lottie is one of the newest additions to the community.
It's having a little one, it's made you look at life a bit more, more sensitive. Makes you think about everything, really, running down to the boat.
There is always that risk that this time they might not come back, but it's what he loves to do, so we all just live with it.
The winter months in Marlborough are some of the most challenging for the lifeboat crews. As temperatures plummet, Marlborough Station receives an emergency call from the Coast Guard.
So we've got two overdue divers. They launched from Fleetwood.
A worried family member has dialed 999 after 2 kayakers failed to return from a trip out to sea. It's been nearly 4 hours since they set off.
Yeah, good. Is everybody clear? Going to go out there and investigate?
5 minutes after the call, the station's 32-ton Tamar-class lifeboat is launched.
The first information we got at the station was that it was an overdue kayak. We get them quite frequently, where perhaps people have come back to shore and forgotten to call the Coast Guard to say they've arrived back. We thought it would be a quick search of the area, find somebody putting their kit away on the shoreline.
There is one kayak, I repeat, one kayak, which is a double kayak.
An update from the Coast Guard. An upturned kayak has been spotted drifting 1.5 miles out at sea.
2 persons, possibly in water.
Still thinking about recovery from the water. Yeah. So I don't know how long they've been in the water, but we'll try to see what I'll go in if needed, yeah? Thank you.
When you find out that they're not actually with the craft, it changes your train of thought. A cold day in February, the seawater temperature, it's going to be freezing cold. Their chance of survival has reduced massively.
A biting easterly wind has also plunged the air temperature below freezing. In these conditions, hypothermia can take hold within minutes.
Cramp sets in, your body functions are reduced, you can't move your arms, your legs properly, and you literally just become a floating mass that isn't able to help themselves.
Yeah, just have a think about if we've got to recover somebody from the water, get some blankets out.
We didn't actually know what time or at what point they got into difficulty. Were we looking for people treading water, trying to stay afloat, or were we looking for potentially 2 bodies? We just did not know.
Can we get some beds up here, please, guys?
2 persons in the water, 13-year-old.
I was a 13-year-old.
We got the information that it was a father and his 13-year-old son, and that was a real kind of game changer for me. Big lump in my throat, felt instantly emotional. I've got a 10-year-old son myself. I'm not the only parent on that boat. And for everybody, it got very, very serious, very, very quickly.
On the morning that Joe and Paul went out kayaking, I just had this foreboding sense of ill feeling at them going. Sadly, I was proved right. I rang the mobile phone. It didn't even ring out, it just went straight onto answer phone. I was trying to make excuses for why I couldn't get hold of them. And then eventually, I couldn't justify making any more excuses. I rang the Coast Guard, and then I made my way to the beach. I was panicking inside.
Biscuit 2 on that. 140. 140 F-minus at 1.5 miles only run. Manager, yeah, okay.
All the crew have to go on is that the upturned kayak was last seen around 4 nautical miles up the coast from Marlborough, just north of Dillis Island.
I was in the wheelhouse taking information over the radio. Josh, one of our junior crew members, I could hear him shouting at the top, "I've seen somebody."
I'd looked, and then I looked away, and then I looked back again, but something it just caught my eye that without the binoculars that there was somebody on the island.
1, 2, 3.
fastest way to get to the island is with the small Y-class boat. As Martin and Josh approach, two figures appear.
Bear with me. Watch yourself.
Get contact with the bow, box.
Okay, yeah, Josh. Right, what's your name, mate? Joe. Joe. I'm Martin, okay? What's your name, mate? Paul. Paul, right. Have you ingested water? Yeah.
Blood swallowed quite a bit, yeah.
You've swallowed quite a bit of water. And we feeling really cold?
Yeah.
Right, okay. You got no shoes or nothing, no, mate?
No.
Right.
Came off.
Came off?
So I've got cold feet.
Okay, mate. Follow my footsteps, don't come off the high stuff.
Right, yeah. Slightly unconscious in the water, he's dragging me out.
Right.
I was falling asleep.
You were falling asleep with it?
Yeah.
Right, okay, mate.
Within minutes of talking to him, you could see that they'd both been through something really, really traumatic.
Right. Take your own time, take your time.
Wet, cold and exhausted, the boy and his father have spent over 2 hours exposed to the elements on the island.
Okay.
It was by far the most severe case of hypothermia I've definitely seen. Yeah, everything. The shakes, the clamminess, the blue lips.
Josh, ask for the chopper.
We needed to get these casualties off here. I need to get them to professional medical assistance.
I think the plan is to evacuate by helicopter. We're going to get you seen to hospital.
Paul and his son Joe were off the coast of Marlborough when their kayak started taking in water and capsized.
We were about half a mile from Unistillas, so obviously that was closest, so I said, if you straddle the boat, I'll try and kick it towards the island.
After half an hour making no progress, and with hypothermia setting in, they abandoned the kayak and tried to swim to the island instead.
We got in the water, and Joe was quite upset. He said, I think we're going to die. And I was convinced we both were at that point because of the cold. He said, again, I think we are going to die, Dad. But if we die, the last thing I want to do is give you a kiss. So I gave him a kiss and I told him I loved him, and we set off to swim. The waves were breaking on me and I was taking on quite a lot of water, and obviously the sea temperature was what it was, and I'd been in there for quite a long time by now. My arms were starting to fail, and I was on my back, and I remember feeling that this is really warm and really peaceful, and just went to sleep.
He's a paramedic, okay? He's going to come down and he's going to assess you.
You can swallow on a seawater. If so, a lot. Yeah. Roughly how many full mouthfuls? I thought I was going to drown. You thought you were going to drown? What about you, little man? Thought you were going to drown? Yeah, good effort getting your dad, yeah?
He saved my life,
I saw he was like unconscious, so I jumped back in the sea, swam to him, carried him to that island, then gave him CPR and resuscitated him.
I don't remember how I got from the side of the water up to the tower. I asked Joe how I got there and he said, I put you on my back and I carried you.
Don't you go to sleep on me, okay?
He was just on my shoulder, so like, because the rocks were about 4 or 5 foot high each one, I'd carry him up one, then I'd just like have a little tiny rest because it's quite tiring. Then I'd just keep on carrying up as many as I could, then we got to shelter.
Without a shadow of a doubt, Joe saved my life that day. When he thought that he was looking at death, the fact that he wanted to do that as a last action, I think was lovely.
After 2.5 hours on the island, Paul and Joe are flown to hospital in Bangor to be treated for shock and severe hypothermia.
If we hadn't spotted them when we had, then there was still a huge risk to their lives. They were both hypothermic. It was getting later in the afternoon. They would have just got colder, and ultimately, yes, they were still gravely in danger.
It's probably the closest I've seen to life being lost. If Joe hadn't been as strong as he was in doing what he did and swimming back out to his dad, Paul wouldn't be around today.
To learn that the 13-year-old son had actually gone out and rescued his dad, given his father CPR on the shore because he'd lost consciousness and thought that his own dad was dying in front of him. To hear a son ask for one last kiss, one final goodbye from his own dad is just, it's heart-wrenching.
When I saw that they were alive, it was just such a relief. I don't know what would have happened to my family if Joe hadn't have done what he'd done that day. But I do know that he's got the right moral compass, and I'm very proud of him for that.
Most of the UK and Ireland's 238 lifeboat stations lie on the coast. But the busiest is Tower on the River Thames. Annually, over 10 million tourists, commuters and city dwellers use this stretch of water. And the crew at this station deal with over 500 call-outs a year.
5, 4, 3, 2, contact!
The Thames is a very unique body. The footfall we've got in London being the capital city, I mean, people flock there in their thousands on a daily basis. We've got an awful lot of commercial users with a high volume of passengers. We've got a lot of people on the embankments, on the bridges. The river brings so much life and so much to the city, but if you don't respect it, it can take everything away from you as well.
Guarding 15 miles of river, Tower Lifeboat Station floats on a pontoon alongside Waterloo Bridge.
Most of our jobs are people recovered from the water. We've got all the bridges through our patch. People get on top of them, young lads showing off. Some people mean to go in there in the hope of ending it all. It's essential that we get there as quick as we can. If it's a person in the water, every second counts.
Everything about Tower Station is geared to getting on the water in the quickest time possible. It has a full-time crew on continuous duty, and they're equipped with the fastest boat in the fleet, the E-Class. With a top speed of 45 knots, it can reach any point in their patch within 15 minutes.
The Thames itself is equally as dangerous in a lot of senses as the west coast of Scotland in a howling gale, but it's a different type of danger. You've got a river that's trying to flow the passage that it's always flown for thousands and thousands of years, yet man has put in bridges and piers and all sorts of obstructions that change the dynamics of that river.
The reason we have to be there very quickly is because even in the height of summer, the River Thames is very cold. It also has a very deceptive flow rate. It is moving very quickly. At certain places it runs at 6 or 7 knots, which in land terms is around about 10 miles an hour. A great deal faster than you could ever swim.
In January, the water temperature of the Thames can drop as low as 8 degrees. The tower crew are called out. Over a mile downstream, a man has been spotted on scaffolding overhanging the river.
We have a launch time of 90 seconds, day or night. That's from the bell going, kitted up, ropes off, and engines in gear.
The crew pushed the 870 horsepower E-Class to maximum speed.
Time is critical. I've been on numerous jobs where we've been on scene before the person's jumped, and we've missed them. They've gone down 3 metres in front of us and never been seen again. I've had people drown in front of me, 50, 100 metres away. I've seen someone in the water and we've been going to them at full speed, and before we've got there, that person's gone.
The tide is going out fast, and at this stage the crew have no idea of the man's intentions.
On the way to a job like that, you're imagining, a fall from height. So I'm thinking it could be a spinal injury, what equipment we're going to use, how we're going to recover them, what the tide's doing, the dangers in that area.
The crew cover the mile in less than 3 minutes.
The thing was just unfolding as we arrived, and you could see the police boat was there, and they were sort of lighting up the scene a bit.
This guy again on the scaffolding building.
The police report that the man had been asked to leave a riverside pub. He's now clinging onto scaffolding over 30 feet above its beer garden.
He's standing on the ledge, now trying to gain access to the 3rd floor.
Bill, did you get a search light? Arriving on scene, trying to locate the person. And I see sort of the corner of my eye, the security were pointing up to scaffolding on the side of the pub. And I was looking up and I see this figure. He's a long way up, 30, 40 foot in the air on the scaffold. The water was shallow, about 1 metre. There's like a scaffold pole sticking out there.
Sir, stay there.
You're thinking, if he goes down in that area, there is a good chance he's going to be impaled on that.
We board you. I don't think we've got step for the side.
You can board us. Yeah, come alongside, jump on, yeah, we got visual.
The police want to approach the man to try and talk him down, but they can't reach him via the scaffolding, and their boat can't get under the building to the shore.
Where do you want to take you?
Well,
as close as you can get.
An officer boards the more manoeuvrable lifeboat to get in closer.
Yeah, and I'll keep on my deck. We're limited in the position we were at to what we could do. We had the scaffold tube to one side where he obviously didn't want to hit that.
It's backing up and getting fucking good.
We had the concrete overhang of the beer garden to the other side. Then I also had to work out a distance if he was to fall where he would land, but be close enough that we could grab him as soon as possible.
Creeping into the riverbank, all the crew can do is prepare to react as fast as possible if the casualty falls or jumps.
You get that adrenaline of getting there and thinking what we're going to do, and then there can be a wait, and that wait can be longer and longer. The dynamics of the job can easily change, where they move in, it's cold, there's a strong ebb tide. Every minute, everything's changing.
Sir, stay inside, there's someone on your right, someone on your left.
Suddenly, a resident emerges from a flat.
Look to your right!
You could see his startled look. You would never expect that in a million years. Someone literally stuck to the side of the wall of your flat at that height.
He's going in the flat!
He runs sort of out from his balcony around to his kitchen window, and he tried to coax the lad in.
And the Coast Guard, Roger. Someone from a flat is trying to get through their window. Stand by if he does go in.
The ledge must have been no more than 3 or 4 inches that he was balancing on.
Phil, if he goes with that side recovery. Stand by if he does go in.
Is that person going to get themselves to safety? Are they going to fall? Or is it going to happen now in front of us?
He's coming.
Gale in water.
I remember saying to him, here he comes.
and it's in slow motion. You can almost hear him, and then you hear that splash.
The casualty has narrowly missed the scaffolding pole, but now the crew have just seconds to get him before he's swept downriver in the darkness.
Come here! Come here! Swim to me! Swim to me, give me your hand! Contact!
The boat was there within 3-4 seconds. We had hands on him, and then he was recovered into the lifeboat.
Gently, just gently with it. It's all right.
Normally, we would have taken some greater care, let's say, at recovering them, but we didn't have the time for that. Purely where his location was, seconds later, we would have been swept underneath the overhang of the beer garden. It was 4 knots of tide on the ebb tide, and he would have gone underneath. There was no possibly have avoided it. So we had to choose, basically, get him in or let him drown.
Check over and feel for any injuries. Okay. You wiggle your hand.
It's all right, it's all right, it's all right.
The other arm.
You're all right,
Don't move your head. Can you feel your feet? Toes? Yeah. We'll take you to the lifeboat station and we'll sort you out from there, okay? All right?
While the crew rush back to the lifeboat station, the resident who tried to intervene helps the police piece together the events of the night.
We were aware of flashing blue lights everywhere. Went out in the balcony and got a real shock to see a young guy hanging onto the side of our building just by our window, looking absolutely petrified. I started talking to him and tried to ask him whether he felt he could edge along the ledge a bit to get opposite the window we'd now opened. The next minute I knew he just went straight off backwards off the ledge and literally fell straight down. I just remember a huge noise when he hit the water and a yell. It was a frightening sound, to be honest. And they immediately pulled him out, and in what seemed just like seconds, that boat was gone. I guess it just reminds me what a great job the lifeboats do and how often people seem to get themselves in difficulty in the Thames, right in the middle of London.
Have you got any pain anywhere in your body?
Despite falling nearly 30 feet into a few meters of water, the casualty appears to be uninjured.
I expected him to have some serious spinal injuries, but by some miracle, by a few scratches and grazes, he was fine. Amazing. He fell off in the fetal position, backpack leading the way, went in the water, and because it was so shallow, I don't think he completely submerged all of his body at the time. I think he sort of rocked on his backpack under the water.
All right. How much you had to drink tonight? You had quite a few of you?
To fall from that height, to miss that scaffolding pole that was sticking out 6 foot away from you, and not to get swept under the pier, it could have been so much worse.
At the lifeboat station, the casualty was given the all clear and allowed to go.
He was staggeringly lucky. There were so many ways of him getting seriously injured, and he avoided them all, which was, I'm very pleased. Like, we always want a positive outcome.
Salcombe Lifeboat Station's position over 2 miles up the Kingsbridge estuary shelters it from the worst of the Atlantic storms. But every time the crew is called out, they face a hidden danger, a large sandbank lying in the mouth of the estuary.
The Salcombe bar is very treacherous. I mean, crossing the bar can be one of the most hazardous things of our job. It takes a very skilled coxswain to get that boat in over there on a rough day.
The destructive power of the bar was brought home just before dawn on the morning of the 27th of October 1916, when the local crew launched to a wrecked schooner 4 miles along the coast.
This is the old lifeboat station, so they would have come out here, rolled her down and then pulled her out and rowed out to sea.
Volunteer James Cooper's great-grandfather was one of the 15 lifeboatmen who headed out in a Force 9 Gale that day.
But in those days, it was just open boat, sat down inside and rowing. It had no protection from the elements at all. Rain coming down on you, sea over the top.
yeah, pretty grim.
When the lifeboat reached the schooner, they discovered her sailors had already made it safely to shore. Returning home after 3 hours at sea in terrible conditions, and just a few hundred meters from the safety of the estuary, the lifeboat capsized in the huge surf breaking on the bar. Only 2 of the 15 lifeboatmen survived.
My great-grandfather was washed up on the rocks there, and they had to pull him back up, and then they carried him along the shore and back over to Rickham Farm. The boat was completely smashed to pieces, so there's bits of the boat which was recovered by other boats, and then the crew were scattered all over the place, and they weren't all found straight away. You can't really comprehend how bad it must have been, because, you know, that's a lot of men from the town gone. Yeah, you take your hat off to them, you know, because that's some bravery. That's when, as they say, men were men, because they were, you know, different sort of breed, I think, in those days, different breed.
A clear March day. The Salcombe lifeboat is called to one of the most urgent emergencies at sea. 15 miles out in the English Channel, a boat is on fire.
When there's a fire in a fishing boat, it has to be a very fast launch, because life is definitely an immediate risk.
The Salcombe crew aim to launch their Tamar-class lifeboat in 9 minutes. Today they do it in 4.
Any boat that's got a fire on is a worst nightmare, you know, because normally you've got a load of fuel on board, you've got batteries, you've got electrical kit, and like an oven really, aren't you? Everything else is going to burn and you've got nowhere to go.
If that fire's not put out, they're all going to have to abandon ship, and then it could be a search and rescue, not just a rescue.
Even at top speed, it will take the crew up to an hour to cover the 15 miles to the boat. To make matters worse, a 20-mile-an-hour wind has whipped up a large swell.
The conditions when we were heading out to that boat were fairly choppy, and it got rougher and rougher as we approached them.
50 minutes after launching, the crew spot the stricken boat, the Pamela Jill. The fire is out, but the boat is now at the mercy of the sea.
The boat lost all power, so it was adrift. The waves were rocking her quite considerably from side to side. At points, you know, it was crashing into the swell, and, you know, there's plenty of spray going over the boat as well.
The fishing boat's skipper then radios in with some alarming news.
As we got closer, we received the information that one of the crew wasn't very well. So that made the decision for me. I had to put a casualty care trained crew member, Ian, on board the beam trawler.
But between Ian and the casualty stands the increasing swell, rolling the helpless trawler with every wave.
We asked the skipper to pull his beams in, but he couldn't, obviously, because the engine was down. The beams stick out at least 20 foot. That was going to be our main obstacle when getting alongside.
Ian has only one option: to jump from the bow of the lifeboat onto the deck of the heaving fishing boat.
There was quite a bit of height difference between the boats because they were pitching so much. One boat was rolling up while the other one was going down. It was quite an awkward crossing. One slip, you could be down between both boats crashing together. As soon as the skipper thought it was time to go, he would say, right, go now, and jump.
Before he can tend to the injured casualty, Ian must make sure the engine room fire is fully out.
You could see where the exhaust ran up through the wheelhouse of the boat, and it was encased in a steel case which was still glowing red, and the whole boat stunk of smoke. But I didn't want to get in there and start digging things open, because letting more air in could have caused that fire to start again.
The casualty is conscious, but after fighting the fire is suffering from severe smoke inhalation.
He was being violently sick. He was complaining of a headache and chest pains. We had to make sure he didn't have burns in his throat as well, because he had been very close to the fire.
They need to evacuate the casualty as fast as possible. But in these conditions, the crew can't get him on board the lifeboat. The only way to get him the 50 miles to hospital now is by helicopter.
What we had to do in the meantime was just get the fishing boat under tow, so get a tow line across, secure the tow line, and pull the fishing boat at the right speed and in the right direction for the helicopter to get the safest approach for the winchman.
The crew must tow the 260-ton dead weight of the trawler at a constant speed to give the winchman any chance of landing on it.
The helicopter arrived, took a couple of turns. I think they were sussing out what was going on. The boat was moving so much that they were just waiting and waiting and waiting until they got the hang of the movement, and then bang, he was down.
Within 90 seconds, the injured fisherman is being winched back up, ready for the flight to hospital.
Hats off to, the helicopter crew. It was pretty impressive, particularly with all that rigging still out, and the conditions.
Now the casualty is finally en route to hospital in Plymouth. The Salcombe lifeboat starts the long tow of the Pamela Jill back to shore.
There is relief when that happens, when they're in the helicopter and they're on the way to hospital. We turned around and towed the fishing vessel up towards Brixham.
49-year-old first mate Sean was treated for smoke inhalation and released from hospital the next day.
Was thick smoke, yeah. So I went outside to get me breath, obviously. And I ripped the rest down, extinguished the fire. They could have easily got out of hand with wooden steps, wood cupboards. It would have spread, yeah, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, my friend. Yeah, we was very, very lucky. Very lucky indeed.
If he hadn't gone into that fire and ripped all the cowling off and made a hole in that exhaust tunnel, that boat would have sunk. It would have burnt into the wood, and I think they would have gone down.
Over 400 miles away in the far northwest of Cumbria is the small community of Silloth. Their lifeboat station only had 10 call-outs last year.
If we start locally, the changes that are happening now is the main bank off of the slipway is moving down. That could cause a problem for us launching at low water.
Helm Steve is the most experienced crew member here, with 30 years volunteering under his belt.
Generally through the Solway, the tide gets up to about 4 knots, but up sort of past Annan, it's up to 10 knots, which is dangerous for anybody, even in a fast boat.
The Silloth patch covers the Solway Firth, an estuary leading out to the rough and unpredictable Irish Sea. It's infamous for fast tides and shifting sandbanks.
On a day like today, the Solway's beautiful. It's actually set in an area of outstanding natural beauty, and you can see why, but it hides the dangers. It's constantly changing, very dynamic. The sandbanks move, the channels move, the depth of the channels change. It is said that parts of the Solway, the tide comes in quicker than a man can run.
The sea can flood in at over 8 miles an hour off Silloth. The power of the water constantly shifting the local sandbanks, leaving large parts of the Solway uncharted.
I don't think anybody ever knows the Solway. You can catch anybody out. Anybody who thinks they know the Solway, they can be caught out.
A still February day. An emergency call comes in to Silloth Lifeboat Station. Within Within 6 minutes of being paged, the crew have their B-class inshore lifeboat on the water.
The only information that we had was that there was a lady trapped in her vehicle. She was about 6 miles down the coast, and we didn't know how far out she was.
A car, driven onto a local beach, has been swamped by the fast-rising tide, trapping the driver.
At that point, we find out she's a non-swimmer. The sense of urgency goes through the roof.
Every job we get is time critical to a degree, but for a non-swimmer who ends up in the Solway with the tides there is, then seconds count.
To make matters worse, today is a spring tide, when water floods into the estuary at its fastest and hits its highest level, rising over 30 feet at a rate of 6 feet an hour.
The force of the water is going to be pushing the car, so the car is likely to be moving. Is she in the water? Is she still attached to the vehicle in some way? And you are hoping and praying you're going to be there in time.
Since the call came in, the waters in the Solway have already risen over 1.5 feet. Even at a top speed of 35 knots, the crew are struggling to beat the tide.
You just want to be there. You want time to fast forward, and you to be there, and you to spot this person and get them in the boat, but you can only go as fast as the boat will go.
And now they face another delay. Between them and the casualty lies one of the Solway's most treacherous stretches.
You don't want to be inside the shore side of Beckfoot Buoy. It's full of large and small rocks. Some of them are big van-sized.
The crew must navigate through the huge rocks just under the surface as fast as they dare.
Hitting these rocks or the boulders risks damage to our boat or the engines, and then we're no good to anybody. We need to go slowly, which you don't want to do. You want to be there.
Suddenly, just as they clear the rocks, they spot a figure in the water.
When she phoned the Coast Guard, the water was, up to the height of the window, and we got there 12 minutes, and the water was over and on the roof of the car. She was clinging on for her dear life.
It was just quite shocking how far she is off the coastline, and how quickly the tide had come in.
When we got closer to the casualty, I actually recognised who the casualty was. Caroline's often on the beach. 9 times out of 10, she'll be with her husband, who is severely disabled.
The priority now is to find out if the casualty's husband is trapped in the submerged car.
I looked at Steve and said, "Shall I go in?" And he just gave me the nod, and I just went straight in. I got hold of the inside lip of the bonnet. The windows were open, so I'm giving the car a good sweep. I've got my arm right in as far as I could possibly go. I can feel the headrest of the front seat, the passenger seat. You are dreading the possibility of touching somebody. Was very, very, very pleased there wasn't anybody, and that was a big relief.
Having confirmed there's no one inside the vehicle, Andy swims the casualty back to the boat. As she's brought aboard, her car is completely engulfed by the tide.
If we'd got any later than we did, we would then be looking for a non-swimmer in the water. When we're talking about time-critical incidents, this was tight.
Caroline had driven onto the beach at low water searching for her lost dog. But as she tried to get back to shore, her car was caught on rocks.
The tide seemed to just come from nowhere, quite fast and furious it was, pouring in. I managed to dial 999 and they put me through to the Coast Guard, and she said to me, "Can you get out of the car?" I said, "Yeah, of course I can get out of the car." And when I tried to open the door to get out, I couldn't open the door. When I looked out of the window, water was up the side of the door. After I had said that to the lady, we got cut off. I thought the only thing I can do now is get myself onto that roof, and hopefully the tide won't go any higher than the roof before I got rescued. The vehicle was starting to sway backwards and forwards, and it was very slippery up there. It was hard maintaining my position on the roof. I took one last look round. Everything looked so huge. I was miles away from the shoreline and there was nobody. And that was at that point when I felt really all alone, nobody here. And I didn't think that we were going to make it. It had reached that point where I was going to have to hit the water. I felt as though I heard something, and when I looked around, I could see the lifeboat heading towards me, and I felt a real relief.
We know subsequently that she was ready to go into the water, over half a mile, tide running at 5 knots. A non-swimmer, no chance. Minutes later, then it would have been a completely different outcome.
Caroline was treated for shock and hypothermia. Her missing dog made her own way safely back to shore.
I will be eternally and forever thankful to them all. If it wasn't for the split-second timing of those RNLI guys coming along at the right moment, because it was minutes really before things could have turned out to be a lot worse.
Back in Brixham, and after just 2 weeks laid up in harbour, the fire-damaged Pamela Gill is patched up and ready to set out to sea, with first mate Sean back on board.
She's back fishing again. All good, all healthy, and she lives to tell another tale. Stuff happens at sea, you just get on with it, you don't think about what's happened, you just think about where them blooming scallops are. I'll find you.
And 3 months after Joe pulled his dad unconscious from the water, the family are back on Anglesey.
Joe, it's good enough far, isn't it?
But when we came here...
I know the tide was right in here.
The tide was like there.
I know it was. Doesn't seem very far away, and yet, when you're stuck on it, and you're a bit cold, it might as well be the moon, wouldn't it? You can't get back without help.
You're still not quite big enough yet, Joe.
We've booked a holiday in Croatia. We would tend to do quite a bit of kayaking, but the water's warm, and we'd probably stay a little bit closer to the coast, eh?
Are we going to get into this vehicle somehow and find there's somebody stuck in there?
Any slight movement runs the risk of doing further damage.
Everybody was watching this woman kind of drowning in glorious Technicolor.
We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. For many, it's a playground. For others, it's where we earn our living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant. And when accidents happen, they happen very fast.
On the sea, you have to expect the unexpected. It will just turn around and bite you.
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of nearly 5,000 ordinary people.
When the pager goes off, we don't know what the shout is, where it is, how many people are involved. It could be anything.
Where do you feel the pain, Alex?
My back of my leg and my neck.
Stuart, just hold the boat.
I am so thankful that they came.
Things could have turned out to be a lot worse.
I've had people drown in front of me. Before we've got there, that person's gone.
Calm down, you're okay, pal.
Equipped with their own cameras,
My light flashing. Yeah, mine.
the crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it. Speeding through the roughest weather, searching for people who may only have moments to live. For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
The decisions we make on a lifeboat can all mean the difference between life or death.
There are 238 lifeboat stations around the UK and Ireland. But the busiest of the lot isn't on the coast. It's slap bang in the centre of London, nestled on the banks of the Thames near Waterloo Bridge.
I think that most people don't understand the Thames at all. It's a very, very powerful, dangerous river, and most people just see it as, you know, the brown, muddy river that's flowing through London. I don't think anybody really appreciates, looking at it from the bridges, how dangerous it can be.
The tower crew know every inch of the 16 miles of river they patrol, all the way from Barking to Battersea. The Thames is the lifeblood of the city, and when something goes wrong, the whole river pulls together as a team.
There's a huge river community. At the station, we pride ourselves in being part of that community. There's a lot of camaraderie between the different operators, a lot of banter as well, but when things happen on the river, that community, it pulls together and it helps achieve the best outcome for whoever's in trouble.
Tower Station is manned 24 hours a day, ready to launch within 90 seconds all year round. Summer is peak season on the river. A call comes in from the Coast Guard. 8 miles downstream in North Greenwich, a man has fallen into the water.
When we've got a person in the water, that just raises everyone's game a little bit, because they are the people where every second does count.
I mean, I've had people drown in front of me, you know, 50, 100 metres away. I've seen someone in the water and we've been going to them at full speed. And then before we've got there, that person's gone.
The crew are using the fastest boat in the fleet, the 870 horsepower E-Class.
There's a lot of hazards getting there because the speed we're driving at, which is well in excess of 40 knots, we're going through very congested waterways, lots of debris in the water, which can damage us badly, so we have to remain focused at all times.
10 minutes after launching, the crew arrive at the location where the man fell into the water.
Go forward, I'll just stay on forward.
A clipper, one of the river buses that works on the Thames, has heard about the incident on the radio and is already on the scene.
Can you point at him? We couldn't actually see where the casualty was, and it became apparent that the casualty was on the other side from where we were, quite close into the shore. Do you want to get the first aid kit?
Ian, the crew's paramedic, boards the vessel.
Come round the other side.
The man is being kept just above water by two sisters working on the clipper.
Right. Go round the other side, but he's too heavy to pull.
Between all of us, we might be able to get him out.
I'm sorry, I haven't got the
you're fine.
We was out of service, just getting ready to go on break, and then we get the call that we need to go and help. When I first saw him, he was unconscious in the life ring. He was face down, so it was quite hard to see what state he was in.
They'd managed to get hold of his clothing, but I think they were very exhausted.
We physically couldn't reach down and grab the person from the water. It was so hard, both of us couldn't lift him together.
That's it.
Between the three of us, we all tried to drag the gentleman onto the clipper boat, but he was just too heavy and too much of a dead weight.
Helm Stewart must get the lifeboat in the narrow gap between the larger vessel and the shore.
Aye, just nice and easy, Stu. Aye, just hold him there.
We went alongside best we could because the boat was moving, obviously. And the last thing we want is to crush the casualty with 5.5 tons of boat.
Gently, gently, gently. Aye, aye. Come around, son.
Paul, go for Paul.
Yeah, mate.
The man has been in the water for almost 15 minutes and appears to be drifting in and out of consciousness.
There's the coat back.
Right, mind his head.
The water temperature is just 15 degrees Celsius, and hypothermia may be setting in.
If somebody's not trying to take their face out of the water, they're pretty poorly.
Just stay in the line for a minute. I've got you. Come with me. Stuart, just hold the boat. All right, mate, we've got you. Ready? Don't worry. 1, 2, 3, in. Go.
As the casualty is dragged aboard, he starts coming round. While the crew makes sure he's stable, Ian checks on the sisters on board the river bus.
Guys, awesome. You did really well. You did really well. You did really well. You did really well. Well done. You've probably just saved his life. Well done.
As soon as they had retrieved the casualty, it was just like a weight had been lifted off our shoulders, and we just both fell back and sort of collapsed on the deck, and it was just such an emotional experience.
Energy to get up.
Hey. Right, there is no way I could have pulled him up here.
I know, but I haven't got the energy to get up.
Girls okay?
Yeah.
I think the crew on the Clipper were absolutely exhausted. They'd had hold of him for a very long time, and they were no longer focused on trying to save this guy's life, and they suddenly realised, it dawned on them what they'd done.
I think when you have someone whose life is in your personal hands, the emotional release is horrific. So I understand, we've been there.
Yeah.
Right, you can have the rest of the shift off.
Good girls, well done.
Said to him, well done, and then we're gone because we've got to get this guy to a pier and get him to the ambulance.
Hello, mate. Have you had any alcohol, drugs?
I was just drinking.
Just drinking? What were you drinking?
Just beer, mostly.
How much?
About 6 months.
Okay.
The man in his 20s had been trying to climb around a pier when he slipped and fell.
Have you hurt yourself at all?
Once we got him on, he sort of come to life a little bit. Yeah, he was very cold, very wet, but he was in actually good spirits.
You are bloody lucky that Clipper saw you.
Very enjoyable, you guys, thanks as well.
No, it's fine, it's what we're here for. Holly and that Clipper crew saved that guy's life. He was so poorly when he was in the water. I think had they not held on to him, I'm pretty certain he would have drowned.
Probably didn't realise at the time how much effort had gone into saving him, and he probably still doesn't know to this day.
For 23-year-old Holly, her experience that day has made a lasting impression.
It was just an amazing feeling to know that you've helped save someone's life. So since the day of the incident, I've now gone on to join in the R&LI as a volunteer at Tower Lifeboat Station.
One day, one of our new crew members turns up and it was young Holly from that job.
We need people who have that ability to fight through their own fears, their own exhaustion. That is absolutely the sort of person we need in the R&LI.
It's been going great. I think I've settled in quite well. Teamwork means a lot to me. Everyone's so lovely. It's like being part of a family.
Any job that we do, teamwork is paramount. You can't have eyes on the back of your head. We've all got to look out for each other's safety at all times.
Get ready to jump off.
You need to be able to rely on your crew and know that they've got your back.
Go!
We all come from different walks of life, different backgrounds, different personalities. We don't all eat together, drink together every day, but when we're on board as a crew, we get on.
If you try and do something alone on a lifeboat, it's almost certainly going to end in trouble. You've got to work together, and it all boils down to trust. You know, you're putting your life in other people's hands just as much as they are in yours, so you've got to be close and work as a team.
You need to be able to rely on each other, 100%. Otherwise, it just won't work.
Yeah.
One of the most remote lifeboat stations is in Triartha Bay, a small seaside resort on picturesque Holly Island, just off the northwest coast of Anglesey.
Sorry for that, mate.
Its 36-strong volunteer crew is one of the most experienced and close-knit.
He knows what he's doing. Look at that. He's a pro.
We're very close. Some of the crew have been here 20-odd years on the boat. We've got some of the shore crew that have been here in even longer.
Got fries with that.
Lots of different characters, lots of different personalities.
That's just lush. Dab's the joker here, 100%. I think he's going through a midlife crisis, to be honest with you, with the colour of the beard.
Like a family, we have patriarchs, we have mother hens, we have annoying little brothers. But when that pager goes off, it doesn't matter what's been going on. We come together and we work together.
Lovely, aren't they? Valley burgers, yeah.
Right. Nice bit minted.
That one's ready.
The stretch of rugged coastline that the crew look after has a dark undercurrent, which keeps them busy all year round. They average around 50 call-outs annually.
It can be a very dangerous place. We've got reefs, tidal races, sheer cliffs. It's not really a place to be out at sea unless you know the area.
We've got some very high cliffs along the coast of Anglesey, and if you stray too close to the edge, there's always that risk that you could fall off, get badly hurt, or even worse.
Early April. The emergency services have received a call from a local fisherman. A man has fallen in an isolated fishing spot known as Mackerel Rock.
Everybody goes there. When it's mackerel season, you wouldn't be able to get an inch on the rock when it's full. It's that busy. But to get down to it is quite treacherous. You've got to come down the side of the cliffs.
Both of the station's inshore lifeboats are mobilised. The Atlantic 85 B-class and the smaller, more manoeuvrable D-class, ideally suited to shallow water and rocky outcrops.
In taking people off rocks, the D-class is all rubber, so you can just basically throw that up on the rocks. The Atlantic can be damaged, it's fiberglass. But we always launch the Atlantic first because it gets there quicker.
Because of the seriousness of the incident and the tricky location, the Coast Guard has requested a helicopter to airlift the casualty to hospital.
But the helicopter was busy up in the mountains, saving someone else.
So the only way of extracting that casualty off the rocks was in the lifeboat.
Eight minutes after launching, the faster Atlantic 85 arrives on the scene first. A Coast Guard rescue team have scrambled down the cliff and are already with the casualty. The Atlantic drops off two crew members, Carwin and experienced first aider Mike.
He had a good gaping cut on his lip and quite a bit of blood, and it looks very painful.
The facial injuries were a concern, but it's the hidden injuries that we're always aware of. Brain injury, head injury, spinal injury, and sometimes they're not obvious.
The smaller D-class now arrives at Mackerel Rock to help with the first stage of the evacuation, getting the casualty 20 metres down the rocks and onto the lifeboat.
Where's he fallen from?
moving the stretcher along the rocks was pretty hard going, to be honest. The rocks were quite slippery. There was 7 or 8 of us having to shuffle forward bit by bit.
Teamwork is very important. If he had a spinal injury and we were to drop him, then it could change his life forever.
The crew now have to get the casualty onto the D-class, just as the sea starts getting rougher.
So whilst I've got the boat up against the rocks, I've got to be very mindful of the swell which is coming in from the seaward side.
The helm was having to work hard, throttling the engine on and off, you know, to make sure that the boat was as stable as possible.
If that boat comes away, if you're crossing that casualty at that time, you will end up in the water, which is the thing that you don't want.
Once we got the casualty on board, there is a huge sense of relief, but we by no means can relax at that point.
To get the casualty back to shore as quickly as possible, the crew decide to put him on the faster Atlantic 85.
The next bit of a hairy one is from the little boat to the big boat.
Okay, after 3, lads, yeah? Who's calling it? 2, 3, lift!
You could see that he obviously really hurt his face, but the major worry was that he was having pains in his legs.
Go! Every part of the movement of a casualty will stop and reassess. Has he deteriorated? Are there any other warning signs we need to be aware of? Is he getting better? And part of that is to tickle the feet or take a pulse around the feet area.
We had to cut down that side of his trackies, but the thing was, he's asked, can they please stop touching my feet? I hate people touching my feet. So he's fallen off a cliff, but he doesn't want anyone to touch his feet.
I've never liked anyone touching my feet, ever. It's just one of the worst feelings in the world. And I remember him doing that, and it was like, no.
31-year-old lorry driver Darren has been a regular at Mackerel Rock for years.
Been there about 45 minutes, and I just took a very, very simple little slip. The issue was there was a drop, and I went over the edge, and all I could see was rock coming up. I landed face first, hitting the floor. At that point, I realised, yeah, all right, I'm covered in blood. This probably isn't a good thing, and I could feel my right leg swelling. My leg was agony. I'd already resigned myself that, yeah, all right, if this has gone wrong, I'm going to pop my clogs. Nobody's going to get to me before I run out of time.
Fortunately, Darren's friend was able to raise the alarm. 20 minutes after getting him off Mackerel Rock, the crew are ready to hand Darren over to the ambulance waiting on shore.
We've got, 9 broken teeth in total. Scars all across the top of my left here, inside and out. And the lasting pain in my right leg is agony sometimes. Apart from that, I'm doing quite well. And it's an amazing feeling to know that people would come to risk themselves for me. I've risked myself for a fish. But I am so thankful that they came, because I knew I wouldn't have been able to make it out of there myself.
"300 miles and a world away from sleepy Triada Bay is the bustling seaside resort of Brighton. Vibrant, colourful and always up for a party, the city attracted almost 10 million day trippers last year. It really does have something for everyone.
You get people coming down for all kinds of reasons. It's a great place to come for a romantic weekend. It's a great place to come for stag do's, for hen do's. It's a great place to come with just a couple of friends for the day, with a family. You know, you can go down onto the beach and have an ice cream and have a splash around.
It's definitely a giant playground for a lot of people, and unfortunately some people don't have too much fun because we get called out to them.
One of Brighton's biggest attractions is the famous Palace Pier, stretching over 500 metres out to sea.
You do get people who are mucking around on the pier. When the tide's out, you haven't got a lot of water underneath it. There are also sort of obstacles down there, so there are all sorts of things that can go wrong with that. Also, the end of the pier is probably quite a lot further out from the beach than people really realise. It's very easy to walk to the end of the pier. It's a whole different kettle of fish to swim back to the beach.
Brighton had one of Britain's earliest lifeboat stations. Set up in 1824 by the National Institution for the Preservation of Life from Shipwreck, the forerunner to the RNLI. But funding was withdrawn in 1931, and Brighton was left without a station. Then, 40 years ago, the city's life-saving heritage was resurrected with a new home in the recently built marina. Today, the crew launch to around 70 incidents a year. A bitterly cold winter's day. A call comes in from the Coast Guard. A man has climbed over the railings at the end of Palace Pier.
Matt, you grab the radio?
Yes. We didn't know the full details at the time. They could have been doing it for a dare, had too much to drink, thought it was a fun thing to do. Otherwise, they could have been trying to, end their life.
Given all the factors that we had, this was midwinter. It's not the sort of time you choose to go for a swim.
So, Coast Guard, this is Brighton Lifeboat. Brighton Lifeboat, over.
As the crew launch their Atlantic 85, more details come in from the Coast Guard.
Roger, you attacked with suicidal male at the end of Brighton Pier. Police are in attendance and engaging with the male, over.
Confirmation that the man is suicidal means it's now a race to get to the pier before he decides to jump.
It was cold. You knew that if somebody jumped in the water now, that you're not going to last very long.
A few seconds will make the difference between life and death.
The main thing is just please be okay. Don't be in the water. Just wait even. Do you know what I mean? Until we get there.
At 35 knots, it only takes 3 minutes for the crew to reach the pier. As they approach, they spot the man holding on to the railings.
Yeah, he's just right at the very end, isn't he? See him? He's right on the end.
The crew are trained to deal with all manner of incidents. Any case involving someone threatening to take their own life requires a very different mindset.
There are so many pressures to it because obviously you know that this person's in a really horrible and isolated situation.
Don't know what's going on in their head. Are they just going to walk away and it's all okay, or are they going to jump? You just don't know. He's right on the end.
The crew keep out of sight, a discreet distance away.
Coast Guard, Brighton Lifeboat, we are on scene and picking up on the casualty.
There's always a chance that somebody who's on the edge of a decision sees a big orange boat coming and has a panic.
It's a very sensitive moment when someone's threatening to jump because they're trying to end their life and we're trying to stop that from happening. That's what we're there for.
With an incident involving a suicidal casualty, the crew must carry out an important last-minute safety check.
We put the knives away on the boat because if they've just attempted to take their own life, the last thing we want is anything on the boat that they could actually injure themselves with.
confirm that the casualty is on the west side, over.
A few minutes after the crew arrive, their worst fears are realised.
He's in the water! Go, go, go!
The man on the pier jumps and falls 10 metres into the water below.
We saw him go, and we went. We went quickly.
Come here, buddy. Go down, mate, come on. Go down, buddy.
We got there and he was trying to push himself under the water, so he was like opening his mouth and forcing his head down to inhale lots of water, and we knew we had no time whatsoever. So Matt jumped into the water.
But this isn't a straightforward case of just pulling a casualty onto the boat.
In your head, you always think when you turn up to rescue someone, they're going to be jumping in the boat, crying out for help, but obviously that's not always the case. He was fighting, you know, he wanted to get away, he was scared. I could see that just in his eyes. What I was thinking was just grab hold of him, because I just had this vision in my head of him just vanishing and then not being able to find him.
We'll grab him, I've got you.
I got hold of his jacket to lift him.
Are you all right?
And as I went to lift him, he unzipped it.
You can take your jacket off.
So he was really not keen on being pulled into the boat.
It's okay. Hey, don't worry.
It's difficult to see someone that determined to take their life.
I feel like when Matt spoke to him in the water, it was a proper turning point.
I just tried to calm him down. I just tried to say, listen, it's okay. And I said, you know, let's just get you out of the water.
Right, buddy, come on.
He was like, work with us, you know, accept this. And he changed.
1, 2, 3.
He was a young guy. I just thought, you know, I just want to help him and try and sort of just get him back to the boat safely, really. It was all I could think about, where we could actually get him some help.
You stay seated, mate. We're moving, you have to sit down, mate.
Although the man is now on board, the crew can't take any chances.
I had him positioned near my feet with a crew member either side, so he was kind of wedged in because I could see he was still determined to go in the water and get off the boat.
You just stay here with us, OK?
Hey, listen. Everything's going to be OK.
It's OK,
We're all
mate.
here. This is what we do.
This is dude.
We're here to look after you. That's why we're here.
So I just raised up a bit and put my body weight on top of him, clamped my arms around him a little bit tighter, and spoke reassuringly in his ear, saying, look, you know, it's okay, you really don't want to get back in the water. And then he did calm down.
There's nothing bad's going to happen now. We're all just going to look after you. That's it. It's going to be OK. And you shouldn't feel worried or embarrassed or anything like that.
It is a relief. They've sort of changed already from that moment of madness to coming back to normality, really.
15 minutes after jumping into the water, the man is brought safely back into the boathouse.
It doesn't really make any difference as the reason why someone's in the water. It doesn't really change what we have to do. We have to get to that person and make sure that they're safe.
It felt good saving him. He seemed like a really nice person, very intelligent, and I think it was just a bad moment for him.
The crew hand the man over to a waiting ambulance to be taken to hospital.
Good job, you did amazing, mate. Well done.
I think this shot definitely affected me. But I think I'm human. No one can go to a suicide attempt and be like, oh, that's all right. No one.
We rely and trust each other as a crew, you know, to be there for each other, to look out for each other. And after any incident, you always have a chat about how everyone's doing and if everyone's okay. And, you know, you go home. Luckily, my wife was at home and my baby was at home, so I got home, gave her a big kiss, gave him a big cuddle, and just sort of, you know, felt blessed to be with them, to be honest with you.
He came back into the station briefly and said, I don't want to leave without saying thank you. And he came over and he shook my hand, and I said, I'll see you again sometime, will I? And he went, what do you mean? I said, maybe you could come back down and have a cup of coffee, you know, like when you're feeling okay. And he said, yeah, okay then. I said, is that a promise? And he went, yeah, that's a promise. And then he left. And then I started smiling.
"50 miles along the south coast from Brighton lies a city with a very different history. Boasting a proud naval heritage that dates back to Roman times, Portsmouth is home to the Royal Navy and the world's most renowned historical dockyard. Today, the shipping lanes that stretch out into the Solent are some of the busiest in the world.
We can be tasked to anything from a small kayak to a 60-foot sailing yacht.
Can be driving along beside an aircraft carrier 1 minute, or a naval destroyer, and next moment we're alongside a humble 15-foot fishing boat. So yeah, you never quite know what to expect.
With so much activity on the water, it's no surprise that Portsmouth Lifeboat Station is the UK's 10th busiest, with around 100 launches a year.
We're just getting ready for the new sailing season, which is upon us now.
In his 6 years on the crew, Neil has been involved in his fair share of them.
The thing I love about my lifeboat work the most is the teamwork, is the bonding, and the real sense that you really are doing something positive.
But last year, while off duty and out sailing with some other crew members, Neil became caught up in a drama of his own.
A couple of minutes before it happened, we heard a strange 2 or 3 cracking noises. But because the boat was new to us, it wasn't something that I was overly worried about at the time. So it was a bit of a shock when the whole thing came down and yeah, just disappeared over the side of the boat. We went from doing about 12 to 14 knots to 0 knots in a heartbeat.
The Coast Guard were alerted and Neil made an awkward call to the station.
A phone call came in from one of our colleagues to say that he'd had a problem out on his boat.
I said, guys, my master snapped, I need you to come and get me.
There was a lot of laughing and joking from people at the station.
I had to say, look, guys, this isn't a joke, you know, I really do need rescuing because I'm blowing out to sea now and we're going out with the tide and it's getting dark.
They were all fighting over who could actually go out on the boat and rescue him.
The crew headed out to rescue their fellow crew members, towing Neil's yacht back to shore.
I got an inordinately hard time from the lifeboat crew, and yes, it went on for quite some time, and still does to this day, actually.
Late April. On land, everything appears calm. But out at sea, a storm is brewing. The crew receive a call from the Coast Guard. This time, Neil's safely back on shore. As the lifeboat's helm, he's in charge of today's rescue.
So the initial information we heard was that there was a person with a serious hip injury on a yacht that was 3 miles offshore.
You can imagine that the guy's going to be in incredible pain.
Straight away, we were thinking of how we were going to treat that person.
We got a crew together and got ready to go.
The crew launched their Atlantic 85 lifeboat. One of the workhorses of the fleet, it's pushed to the limit by today's gale force conditions.
It was a horrible day. It was blowing a hoolie.
There's water going everywhere. Trying to navigate, and every 2 seconds you're wiping the screen because you can't see it because the water's on it.
The waves were coming over the top. We had salt spray, we had wind, we had pretty much everything.
The Coast Guard has sent a helicopter with a paramedic on board to come and assist with the rescue.
If it was a broken hip and the casualty wasn't treated well, this could have been a potentially life-threatening situation.
As if the rough sea isn't enough of a challenge, it appears the conditions have taken their toll on the boat too.
Unfortunately, at that moment, our radio decided to break.
We couldn't hear anything that was being transmitted.
When we're trying to talk to the helicopter, that's not a good thing.
It's a very unusual situation to be in. The RLI's equipment, the way it's tested and trialled, is very rigorous. We don't get things like that happen very often.
10 minutes after launching, the casualty's yacht comes into view. The pressure is now on the crew and the helicopter to come up with a plan, but without being able to speak directly.
As we got closer to the scene, we very quickly understood, just from what we could see, that the helicopter couldn't winch down to the yacht. It was impossible in those conditions. The yacht was just pitching and rolling all over the place.
So we drove over to the helicopter, we went underneath them, and via hand signals they were able to communicate what they would like us to do.
The crew decide that in the heavy swell and the wind gusting over 40 miles an hour, the only option is to try to land the paramedic on the lifeboat before transferring him to the yacht.
It was exceedingly windy. It was a force 7, force 8, and we had a big swell, and it made it very interesting with the winchman.
We were being thrown around all over the place, and with the helicopter overhead, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of extra wind. Neil has to think about the safety of us and also the safety of the winchman that's coming down.
The size of the waves coming at us, meaning that the lifeboat was decelerating, and which made it very difficult for the helicopter to keep speed with us. Every time that we slowed down in a wave, they were going further ahead of us.
In these conditions, it's a dangerous maneuver. The winchman is being lowered 20 meters down onto a lifeboat just a few meters wide.
So I got the winchman on board, and the first thing he said was, "Well done, mate." And I was quite relieved that we hadn't injured him in the process.
Neil did an amazing job to get the winchman on board in that weather. The challenge then came from how we were going to get the winchman from the lifeboat on board the yacht.
Getting two boats next to each other in that kind of sea is quite a fine art.
Timing it right with the waves of the boats going up and down, making sure you didn't lose someone in between the two boats.
We aim for the main shrouds, put the lifeboat aside and steer into the yacht to try and pin it alongside. Try and make sure you're outrunning the waves that are coming behind you as well, so there's a lot of elements to take into consideration.
Hold your course.
The crew need the skipper to keep the yacht as steady as possible, to get the paramedic on board and assess his crewmate's hip injury.
Just as you're going.
We got knocked away and I had to come back.
A lull in the waves and Neil seizes his chance to get alongside.
We made one approach up and the winchman grabbed the rails, pulled himself over.
Kim, an experienced first aider, also climbs on board.
Thank you.
Between them, they need to make a quick assessment of the casualty's condition.
Right. Nigel. Hi, Nigel. Hi.
Yeah, I'm alright, how are you?
In a lot.
The casualty was definitely in a lot of pain when we first got to him.
With your pain score, 10 being the worst you can imagine, 0 being no pain at all, where would you score it at the moment? At the moment where I'm resting like this, it's about 8. Okay. But when the boat moves, my legs move, we're up into the 9s and 10s. Okay.
So every time it rocked him, it moved his hip, and he was yelping in pain.
Are you allergic to morphine at all? Can I give you some morphine, okay?
He was putting on a brave front, but we knew straight away that we needed to get some pain relief into him because he was not comfortable at all. You got it? Ooh.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Bloody shit roller, right? Bloody wrong time. You alright? Take a deep breath. Sorry about that, sir. Don't worry. It's just as if he moved, the bloody shit roll. Don't worry.
The casualty needs to be taken to hospital. But in these conditions, it's a danger to him and the crew to attempt to transfer back to the lifeboat or to winch him up to the helicopter.
Hayland Ferry Pontoon, Portsmouth.
With the nature of his injury, it would have been agony to have tried to move him.
So we came up with a strategy. We'd evacuate him to the shore on the yacht. He'd remain where he was, and we'd get an ambulance to meet us in the harbour, rather than making an unnecessary transfer.
We'll follow the lifeboat back.
Ex-school teacher Nigel took up sailing after he retired 6 years ago.
I would regard myself as just below the level of competent crew. I know where the front end is, I know where the back end is, then I've got a lot more to learn. We'd sailed pretty uneventfully up until about 12 o'clock when we stopped for a bite to eat. And as we approached the entrance into the Solent, it got a little bit lumpier. Things went wrong. Yes, it sort of went wrong big time. The boat tipped and I lost my footing. I felt a sudden horrible pain in my left hip, and I've never felt pain like it.
I don't know whether it's actually out or whether I pulled all the ligaments attached to it. I have no idea.
I was definitely worried for him. You could see that he was distressed, but you've got to keep calm yourself to make sure things work and things are successful.
Once morphine has been administered, it's full steam ahead back to shore.
My big concern was what was my wife going to say, because I think she would have been slightly cross at that point.
Whenever Nigel incurs any mishap or accident, my first initial reaction is always to tell him off and say, "Were you being careful?" And so I know he would probably be thinking that in his mind. But being annoyed is not really what it's about. It's about the fact that you love that person. I've always been very calm and rational over lots of things in my life. When it comes to something happening to somebody you love, you feel very differently about it.
You just got to carry them up the pontoon.
An hour and a half after launching, the crew bring the yacht back into harbour.
Is everyone ready? Yeah. Ready, set, lift.
Nigel is met by the Coast Guard and an ambulance crew.
All the best, Nigel. Bye, take care, yeah? There's so much relief when you hand over someone, that all of a sudden that responsibility that's been on your shoulders has just lifted, and it's just like you can breathe again, I guess.
There are some jobs you get back from onto the station and you just know as you're putting the boat on the trailer that you've had a good day out, and yeah, we knew we'd done a good job that day.
Lifeboat crews have to be ready for any eventuality. The initial training for a new recruit lasts 2 years. But the hands-on, day-to-day training never really stops.
We train hard. We go out in all conditions to train, and we train for all circumstances, just so that we are prepared.
You do develop new skills, and most people, it pushes them outside their comfort zone.
Every day that you're down there, something is learnt, something is reiterated, something is retried again or improved.
Every day is a school day in the lifeboat service, as far as I'm concerned.
But you've still got to make sure you get it right on the day.
If you could grab both them helmets, Holly, that'd be great.
Undergoing her own training on the Thames, new recruit Holly has been learning the ropes and finding her own place in the tower team for the past 2 months.
It feels really good to know that I'm now part of the R&L. I'm quite proud that I can be that person that helps someone else in the situation that I was in.
Holly is young, keen, enthusiastic. She understands the river. She's very familiar with the environment and fits in very well. She's great at character.
I guess I'm quite different in a way. I sort of am a bit scatty at times. So from mopping carpets to stealing people's coats at work parties, yeah, I think I've made quite an impression.
It's mid-April. Holly and the crew are taking part in one of their regular training exercises on the Thames.
So don't forget to shout out nice and loud, man overboard, whatever side, and keep pointing at it, yeah?
I was afloat with my colleague Craig and one of our crew, Holly.
Right. Man overboard, tell him, loud.
Man overboard, port side.
All right. Contact.
We train a lot for people in the water. We've got life-size dummies that weigh the same virtually as a person.
That's good.
The crew are approaching Blackfriars Bridge when they're alerted to some activity on a nearby barge.
Calling us over, I think.
I looked over and could see someone waving us down.
We get a lot of people wave at us, and so it's, you know, deciphering whether somebody's waving because they're in trouble, or they're waving because they're being friendly, or they're just waving because they're drunk. Once we got closer, it became apparent pretty quickly that there was a guy up on the barge injured.
The barge is the temporary home to a large construction project.
They're on their way, yeah?
We've got a stretcher here.
Yeah. Right, I'll come up, mate. Yeah. Go ahead then, Holly. Right, grab your helmet, Holly. You come in, mate.
Just a minute, Steve.
It felt quite overwhelming, going from a practice exercise to a massive scene where someone's potentially broken their leg, knowing that you need to get things right.
It was explained to us that a crane was in operation. The heavy load swung round. The guy tried to get out of the way, but it caught his trailing leg.
The casualty was in quite a bad state. You could tell that he was in quite a lot of pain, but I tried to reassure the guy, making sure that he had water, and just kept trying to talk to him and make sure that he was okay.
Be better off on the lifeboat, Steve.
As the crew are out on a training exercise, they only have basic medical kit on board. They call Tower Station for backup.
With an industrial incident, your thoughts have to go to the environment you're going into. There is a huge amount more going on, so we have to be very, very careful as we approach, that we do it as safe as possible for us, but also that we don't cause any problems.
Just 2.5 minutes after getting the call, the second crew arrive at the barge.
They've got a stretcher.
When we got onto the barge, he was quite quiet, but he was visually in a lot of pain.
This will start taking some of the pain away, OK?
Right, you want to hold this, mate, and suck on it, yeah?
I'm not casualty care trained yet, so as soon as Chris and Keith arrived, it was great to see all these experienced guys just put their heads together and work together as a team.
Any effect?
Right.
Good boy.
See if you can relax your bad leg down.
When Chris cut the trouser leg, I'd never seen an injury before like that.
A bit better?
To me, the leg looked severely swollen, broken.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these straps underneath your leg.
Having a broken leg might seem like quite a minor injury, but there's a lot of issues associated with breaking a leg. The complexity of the break. Is it one bone is broken? Is it multiple bones? Is there fragments? Loss of circulation to the limb, which then further down the line could result in loss of the limb itself.
After immobilising the injured limb,
What I'm putting between your legs is an inflatable bladder.
the crew must come up with a plan to get the casualty to hospital. The problem is how to get him off the barge.
He's on a barge that's essentially mid-river. There's no direct land access to it, so the only way of getting him off that barge is getting him onto the lifeboat.
Due to the serious nature of the injury and the height from the barge to the lifeboat, the crew decide to transfer the casualty by the best means available. The crane that caused the injury in the first place.
They're going to crane it down into the boat.
Yep, you go.
Go.
Lifting the casualty from one floating platform to another is such a delicate operation. The crew want to ensure that any activity on the river is reduced to a minimum.
The Thames is controlled by the Port of London Authority. They control who comes on the river, who goes off the river. The good thing about that is that we're able to approach them, so call them up on the radio and say, hey, we've got an ongoing incident, we really need people to reduce their wake, slow down, and make the water as calm as possible so we can deal with it appropriately.
With the Thames on ease down, the precarious lifting operation can begin. It's something the tower crew train for, but very rarely have to put into practice.
The craning across operation was a tense moment.
Visors down, visors down, visors down.
You have somebody in a stretcher, in the air, above the water.
Okay.
Yep. Got it. I've got it. Okay, yeah, got it. Got it.
He was very gently lowered onto the bow of our boat, fantastically controlled fashion, all credit to the crane driver.
Really gently, slowly, slowly. Take the weight of it, Pete.
Yeah, okay, okay. Up he went, across he went, down he went, just like flying.
It's coming up to grab the chase.
Yep.
We're going with you.
I was just sort of thinking that there's just no limit and there's nothing impossible on this river.
Once the casualty is safely on board, it's a slow and steady journey back to the station to hand him over to the ambulance crew.
London, Roger, we'll be there in about 3 minutes, over.
It felt really strange in the stretcher, going up with the crane, being the actual lift. I've done loads of lifts in my life, but I've never been the lift.
If Mick wants any water.
Mick has been working in construction since he left school. He's what's known in the trade as a slinger. His job is to direct the cranes working above him.
Slinging can be a dangerous job, very dangerous. If you don't get things right, accidents happen. Because my training tells me to check the lift before it goes any further, I walked up to it to have a look, make sure it was safe. The load swung about 6 to 8 inches. It hit me on the inside of my left leg, just below my knee, and on the outside of my leg was a pipe, and it bounced my leg off the pipe, and that's when the damage was done. And the bloke I was working with said, I think your bones just broke. I knew straight away I was in trouble.
London, this is 2, let us back alongside. If you've got an ETA for the ambulance, it's over.
To start with, the pain was bearable. And as the minutes were ticking, the pressure got more and more, and the pain got more and more, and it was going down my leg, into my left foot, all down my left calf, my shin, and it just become so bad, it was undescribable, really.
Ready, set, left.
30 minutes after the accident, the crew pass Mick to the waiting paramedics before he's rushed to hospital.
You go.
One surgeon did say to me, after he'd seen the scan, let's see if we can save your leg. For him to say, let's see if we can save your leg, was very, very worrying.
It turned out that Mick's leg had been crushed rather than broken. After emergency surgery to save the leg, he faces a long layoff, but the prognosis is good.
I'd say he was quite lucky because there was no way for anyone to get to him by the road. And if there wasn't a lifeboat to access him by water, then he could have been a lot worse.
We've done a lot of scenarios based around this exact type of casualty. And in my 20 years lifeboat, and this is the first time I've actually ever lowered a live casualty onto my lifeboat. Thank God it happened and went the way that we wanted it to go.
Be careful of the steps.
Right foot down, left foot up.
Yeah.
Back home, Portsmouth yachtsman Nigel is on his feet again and well on the road to recovery.
I will go back to sailing. There's no way I'm going to give that up. If I stop sailing, then something's won, hasn't it?
I would be very happy for Nigel to go out on the water again, but that doesn't mean to say that I wouldn't give him a lecture before he went.
8 weeks after his accident on the barge, Mick is only just beginning to walk again.
I've just started hobbling about the last 2 or 3 days, but just glad I've still got my leg, to be honest. And I know for a fact it was because of the RNLI that got me to the ambulance as quick as they did. I wouldn't have got to the hospital any other way quicker than when they took me.
See if we can get some mackerel out here to do.
It's got to be worthwhile.
In Triada Bay, Darren is back at Mackerel Rock, doing what he knows best.
I was actually over the main to realise I hadn't broken my leg and that I could still get up and start a job I was due to do. And, well, come back out fishing without too much recovery time.
No stopping you?
No. It's the spot I fell. Just realised it's quite high, actually. Wonder if my teeth are still down there. If you fall off a horse, you get back straight back on. So that's what I decided to do.
I just thought straight away either the yacht is going over or people are going to be in the water. We knew that we might not have been going home that night.
When you enter the water, the body goes into shock.
How are you doing? It's extremely cold.
You start to panic.
Some severe shakes gone. I've never experienced anybody suffer as much as that lady did that day.
We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. For many, it's a playground. For others, it's where we earn our living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant. And when accidents happen, they happen very fast.
On the sea, you have to expect the unexpected. It will just turn around and bite you.
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of nearly 5,000 ordinary people.
When the pager goes off, we don't know what the shout is, where it is, how many people are involved. It could be anything.
Where do you feel the pain, Alex?
My back of my leg and my neck.
Stuart, just hold the boat.
I am so thankful that they came.
Things could have turned out to be a lot worse.
I've had people drown in front of me. Before we've got there, that person's gone.
Calm down, you're okay, pal.
Equipped with their own cameras,
My light flashing. That's mine.
the crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it. Speeding through the roughest weather, searching for people who may only have moments to live. For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
The decisions we make on a lifeboat can all mean the difference between life or death.
Of the 238 lifeboat stations that guard our waters, 46 are located across Ireland, covering everything from inland waterways to wind-swept bays and beaches to the wave-battered cliffs of the Atlantic Ocean. 2 hours south of Dublin, on the southeast coast, Cortown's first lifeboat station was established in 1865.
Cortown's small. It's basically had kind of established itself initially as like a small little fishing harbour, and then during the 1930s it kind of developed then as a holiday destination, mainly for Dublin people.
I suppose with any fishing village or harbour, the lifeboat is a big part of it. You know, there's collection boxes in every pub and shop.
There's even a corner of the local church dedicated to it.
Being part of the RNLI, it's like being part of a wider family. Whenever we go to the boathouse, it doesn't matter who we are, where we've come from, what we do in our everyday life. The only thing that really matters is that we can rely on each other and we can trust each other. We can work together as a team.
Late summer. Cortown's busiest time of year. A call comes in from a member of the public.
The first information we had was that there was a jet ski in trouble.
As we kitted up, the news was starting to trickle in that it was more than just a broken down jet ski. It's actually there was casualties in the water.
The presence of casualties raises both the stakes and the degree of urgency.
And if you're drowning, it's literally every second that you're under the water is affecting your chances of survival.
What's your number? 11, what's your number?
Paramedics talk about the golden hour, you know, but I mean, you have an hour because you're on land, but if you're at water and you have a chance of drowning, I mean, you're going to drown in a matter of seconds, you know, once you go under.
Peter, look! It's got a donut attached to it, the jet ski. There's someone there as well. And there's someone here. Oh, yeah, okay. Someone there in the water, yeah.
Are they conscious? Are they unconscious? Are they breathing?
Are these severe injuries? What kind of injuries? What equipment are we going to need?
So there's a whole lot of different things going through your head.
Okay. The crew find 2 people drifting in the water and move in to assess the situation.
How long have you been in the water for?
Probably about 10 minutes, I'd say.
Okay.
10 minutes, okay.
Fergus, I'm going to let you into the water to assess.
A 13-year-old girl, Alex, has been badly injured after the inflatable ring she was on was thrown several feet in the air whilst being towed by a jet ski.
Okay, Alex. So, hey, Alex, how are you? Yeah. So, where do you feel the pain, Alex?
My back of my leg and my neck.
You're back in your lane. Okay, can you just wiggle?
Cold and in pain, Alex is being kept afloat by her father, Mark.
Yeah.
The minute she hit the water, I could just hear her scream. I just kept thinking, you know, how this good day had gone so horribly wrong.
Okay, can you just wiggle your toes for me? Yeah. Can you wiggle these toes? Can you feel them tiddling you there?
Yeah.
Okay, how about that one?
No.
You can't feel that one?
No.
Okay, can you feel any pressure there?
No.
Okay. How about there, on your calf, your leg?
Yeah.
You can feel it there?
Yeah.
Okay, so down at the ankle?
Yeah. No.
I just knew by her voice that this wasn't just she hurt herself. This was severe pain she was in. And she's a tough girl, so all the worst is going through your mind, and what's the worst case scenario?
Okay, with the spinal, the thing is, the least movement of the head and neck, the better, okay?
I've had to tell him straight away and just say, look, this is a suspected spinal injury. And I would rather be honest with the man, you know, and say, look, this is a serious issue we've got here, you know.
If I was to ask you, a 10 being the worst pain you've ever felt, and 1 being the least pain, where would you put that pain that you feel?
8.
8, okay.
The casualty, you could just hear it in her voice. You could hear the pain in her voice. You could see her chin was just quivering with the cold. We need to get this girl to hospital as quickly and as safely as possible. So I decided to call in the helicopter.
When I heard the radio and I heard them radioing for the chopper, I suppose I got the fear then set in with me. Well, if that's what they're thinking, then my worst fears were going to be realised. Absolutely terrifying, yeah.
You're doing absolutely incredibly there, Alex. Well done. Alex is down on holiday.
The helicopter is 60 miles away in Waterford. At this stage, the lifeboat crew would ordinarily pull a casualty into the boat, as the summer sea temperature here averages under 14 degrees. But this is no ordinary situation.
Spinal injury? Yeah. Okay. We don't want to lift you into the boat because we'll have to lift you up. So what we're going to do is we've requested a heli on scene, okay, and what they do is they'll have a basket that they'll be able to put you into, you know.
And there's no way of getting her onto an inshore lifeboat without significant movement.
Any slight movement runs the risk of doing further damage and the possibility of the casualty having life-changing difficulties.
They have no choice but to try and limit her movement, and a second crewman is committed to the water.
Okay, what I'm going to do, I'll explain what I'm going to do to Alex, okay? I'm going to grasp your head at either. This is Tom, my colleague, and we're going to see can we get this on to you, okay? Alex. Okay, so I'm just going to pull your life jacket down a little bit down so we see can we... Okay, okay. Okay.
The biggest issue is every movement then that's made is the possibility of actually making that injury worse, to the extent where, well, is this child going to be end up in a wheelchair for the rest of their life? I mean, that there is that possibility.
With Alex now well supported, the crew take steps to avoid having a second casualty in the water.
It's just so Mark doesn't get too cold either. We're just going to give him a spot in the boat for just to warm up a little bit, you know?
Because he was wearing a short wetsuit, we made the choice to put him in the boat.
Leaving Alex in the water and getting into the boat felt like it was the wrong thing to do, because as a father you want to be with her. But I knew myself that I was so cold that it was time that, you know, I couldn't stay in the water much longer.
15 minutes after radioing for assistance, there's still no sign of the helicopter.
You need ETA, Pete?
Okay, the chopper's doing a hot refuel. It'll be in the air in a few minutes. 20 minutes, I'd say.
20 minutes.
When we heard that the helicopter was delayed, I know my own heart sank.
The helicopter had been out training and were low on fuel, and they had to do what they consider as an extremely dangerous manoeuvre, which is they do what they call as a hot refuel, where it's basically they don't turn off the engines, they just drop at the airport, refuel it, and they're straight up.
Alex has now been in the water for over 20 minutes and must remain there for at least 20 more.
So now Fergus and I have a different task to do. We try to find little light-hearted things to talk about. Anything that would distract her.
Besides being on the jet ski and doing that kind of stuff, what other kind of stuff do you enjoy doing?
Swimming and running.
Swimming and running? Oh wow, so you're fairly good. You're keeping fit anyway.
You have two 40-plus men in the water that don't have children, trying to find something in common to talk to, you know, a teenager about, trying to keep her distracted.
I thought now you might be an Ed Sheeran man, you see, or have a woman. I thought Ed Sheeran. No, Ed Sheeran is everyone's favourite these days, I thought.
Yeah.
Do you like him?
Yeah, he's good.
I don't know an awful lot about pop music. Yeah.
I see Taylor Swift. Did you see Taylor Swift is in court? Yeah, there's somebody suing her over something. Isn't that something, isn't it?
Waiting for those 45 minutes seemed at times like a lifetime. We were feeling quite drained ourselves, so we can only imagine what Alex was feeling.
Finally, after Alex has spent almost an hour floating in the cold sea, they hear something.
There it is. I see it. I see it now. Don't you lift your head now, Alex, okay? But I can see the heli coming from here.
Well, you hear the helicopter before you see it, And where we were in the water, there is an immense relief, kind of knowing that these guys are coming, you know.
The man from the helicopter, he's after coming down on a rope.
The winchmen are fully qualified paramedics, advanced paramedics.
Now the helicopter is on the scene. The crew have to carry out the most difficult and dangerous task of all, getting Alex out of the water.
Okay, Alex. So we're going to try this on the Alex, okay?
You'll feel a lot more support once it's on.
The helicopter had a spinal board, which is just a solid board, basically, that we slide in under the casualty so we can lift them so they remain as straight as possible.
So Alex, stay looking straight up.
Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so make sure get under her armpits. There you go. Perfect.
At that stage, then Barry, the winchman, had made the decision that we were going to go into shore and winch her off the beach rather than winch her from the sea itself.
She was still in quite a lot of pain, but remarkably brave.
The crew now work fast to make up for lost time, immobilising Alex's head and neck and wrapping her up, ready to be winched into the helicopter overhead.
When you feel the wind coming, Alex, close your eyes as tight as you can until you feel that you're up in the air, okay? Because there'll be all this wind and everything going all over the place. Your daddy will be with you on the heli as well, okay?
Mark is winched up first. Finally, Alex joins him, and they are hurried away to the hospital in Waterford.
My dad helped calm me down, and I just kept saying to myself I had to keep calm just so everything would go all right. He was worried inside, but he didn't want to show it in case that worried me. And he was just trying to hold it together for me, I could tell.
For her age and for the person she is, I think, you know, she's definitely one of the bravest people I know, because to go through that, it was very, very frightening.
And the lifeboat crew, with their job done, return to base and their normal lives, unaware of Alex's fate.
Sometimes we don't know what the outcome will be. So sometimes you're left wondering, hoping for the best, but wondering what's actually happened.
When I got to the hospital after taking the helicopter, when I started feeling my feet again, they said I was probably going to be okay. So that's when my mum was happy.
In the end, Alex had a pressure injury, not a fracture, and the feeling to her leg returned within hours of being rescued. Like most crew members, Tom is a volunteer. But in this case, his day job is as central to the community as the lifeboat station.
I do have quite a prominent role here in Courtown in my day work, in my job. I'm with people quite a bit in lots of different situations. And I really see my volunteering with the lifeboat as being an extension of that. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. The Lord be with you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome as we gather together to celebrate our Mass this morning. The Lord be with you. Lift up your hearts. So the church here is Our Lady Star of the Sea. For us here by the seaside, it's about guiding us home. I think it's important to make the connection between the lifeboat station and what happens here. So say, for instance, if there was a shout during the week, if there was a call out, I would refer to that. Maybe at Sunday Mass, just say, we just want to thank everyone involved who was there on the rescue. I'm drawn to just how far back this connection with the lifeboat goes. This was one of the early lifeboat stations to be established, and it's quite humbling to be part of that history.
and just the way of being able to serve the community in this way.
The Blackwater Estuary in Essex is a complex network of islands, salt marshes and mudflats that appear at low tide only to vanish again a few hours later.
We have a lot of small creeks. These are very tidal. We have a sandbar which dries out at low tide and catches a lot of vessels out, especially pleasure craft.
Located on the largest island in the estuary is West Mersey Station. With more than 150 lives saved in its 55-year history, it's one of the busiest in the British Isles.
If you don't know what the sea is like, if you don't have the local knowledge to the tides and the directions and the wind, people can get caught out quite quickly. It looks beautiful, and it is beautiful, but it can be unforgiving. People can lose their lives.
And on West Mersey's patch, not even cars are safe from the tides.
One route on and off our island here is the Strood. That's the road that will flood when the tide is high, and that's the one that will give you the problems. So if you try and go on the island or come off the island when it's like that, you stand a very good chance of being stuck if you drive through it.
The Strood only floods during high spring tides, but there are other causeways in the estuary that disappear daily when the tide turns and regularly catch out drivers.
Cars can get stuck on it, they can get stuck in the water. Bigger the tide, the bigger the problem can be. You will come a cropper and you will be in serious danger.
Local police have spotted a partly submerged van on a causeway, and the tide is rising fast. Because of the huge fluctuation of tides here, the rescue vessel, an Atlantic 85 B-class RIB or rigid inflatable boat, has to be taken to the water by tractor.
Information came through that they didn't know if the driver was still in the vehicle or where he was. He couldn't be found. That immediately ramps up the pressure on us to get there.
This boat usually has a crew of 4, but not today.
We went with 3 crew because we felt we needed to get there as quickly as possible.
Short on crew and time, they head upriver to the stricken van.
Best case scenario, hopefully they've got out before the tides got too high and got themselves somewhere safe. I'd say worst case scenario is they're trapped in it, they could be drowning. It could be a matter of we're trying to drag them out of a submerged vehicle.
The van is 10 kilometres away on the OC Causeway, which disappears beneath the waves daily.
The tide is coming in, so if we were slow or sluggish, the repercussions of that could be serious.
Even travelling at their top speed of 35 knots, it takes the crew 14 minutes to reach the van, by which time it's almost totally submerged. The tide's still rising, and the crew can't see into the van. Helm Matt commits a crew member to the water for a closer look.
So I jumped onto the front of the bonnet, but couldn't get a good view in.
We couldn't see through the windows because the water was up. That was a concern in the back of your mind. Are we going to get into this vehicle somehow and find there's somebody stuck in there? There's always the chance that the person or persons didn't have time to get out. Modern vehicles, everything is electronic these days, and electronics shut everything down. The brakes will come on, the windows won't be able to open. The central locking could lock all the doors. You could literally be sitting inside a metal box, locked inside. And the one option we had left was to try and break a window to get in.
try with them. There we go.
You do prepare yourself, because you could be going there looking in that car that's submerged, and you could be the worst case scenario where there's a body in there, and at that point you have to think you're going to have to be dragging that out.
Nothing in there.
Very relieved when we could confirm that the vehicle was actually empty.
There's a grille to the back, but so nobody can get from the front to the back, so...
It's relief to know that there wasn't anybody in there.
But the relief doesn't last long. The submerged van now poses a risk to other vessels. They mark it with a buoy and turn to the urgent matter of the missing driver.
Had they tried to come out of the vehicle, had they got swept away in the tide, had they got stuck in the mud, because there's soft mud either side of this muddy road. And that's the next thing that goes through your mind. If they're not in the vehicle, where are they?
To try and solve the mystery, the crew head inshore to talk to the police officer who first spotted the van.
Bash the boat over. He's just come back. Okay.
All right, mate.
Over West Mersey, as we've approached the police officer on shore, he's just stated that the owner has come back to the causeway. Over.
How he ended up where he did at the time, whether it was a genuine mistake or whether he did not even know that this road would be underwater in a very, very short period of time, or whether he actually tried to drive through it. I don't know. But this one was the most serious I can remember for quite a long time, and the most worrying.
I think for an island nation, I don't think we have really a great grasp of the sea and its power.
Christ, he's in the middle of a rough patch.
Things change at sea literally within minutes.
Anyone can get caught out. You know, it could be an equipment failure, the weather, turning.
There's always that rogue wave or catch a propeller. You just don't know.
Move back, move back.
Experience of the sea and an understanding of the sea and the area that you're in will almost certainly help you to a certain extent, but that doesn't stop accidents from happening. It'll still catch you out and bite you if you're not careful.
The one thing that's predictable to see is the fact that it is unpredictable. That is the one thing, yeah.
Tor Bay in South Devon lies on a stretch of coastline known as the English Riviera.
Tor Bay is built up of three main towns, Torquay, Paignton and Brixham. Brixham obviously being the best one, where the boat is based.
The area plays host to over 4 million visitors annually, the majority coming in summer.
It's a very picturesque, lovely little town, fishing port. Fishing being the main industry, tourism being the other one.
One of Tor Bay's greatest attractions is also its greatest danger, the sea.
We have quite a few headlands in between the beaches. Off Berry Head and around what we call the south side of Berry Head, there's always water against the rocks, so you tend to, you know, any weather from the easterly at all, you've got no place to get out. If you were in trouble down that area, you end up getting smashed on the rocks.
Generally, as soon as we get an easterly, we get quite a big swell in the bay. People have gone from flat calm sea to 2, 3, 4 foot of swell, and they just get massively caught out.
It's mid-August. The sun is out, but a fierce wind is beginning to whip up a big sea.
Lots of people about, lots out doing stuff. An absolute glorious day, but blowing an easterly gale. And the two really didn't mix, so I think the sunshine and the blue sky was very tempting to go out in your boat, other than the sea conditions were rubbish.
But a rolling sea is no deterrent for some. And just after 1 o'clock, the alarm sounds for the second time that day.
So we'd heard that a boat had been hit by a big wave in the mouth of the River Dart. There was a pregnant lady on board who was quite sick, and a small child and a husband. The guy couldn't get the engine started.
They were getting blown onto the rocks down off Dartmouth. By this time, the weather was properly fresh.
So we're like, watch out, what is your ETA over?
The Brixham station has 2 lifeboats, an ALB or all-weather boat and a smaller ILB or inshore lifeboat. Because of the sea conditions, the bigger ALB heads out on the Shout.
As soon as we turned round Berry Head, it just hit you, and it was quite a big swell. We were also told they'd established a tow with a fishing vessel, and the fishing vessel had pulled them off but couldn't take them to safety, so that's why we were called.
First priority was make sure all the casualties on board were okay. A little bit concerned because of the lady being pregnant, make sure she was comfortable. Once we'd ascertained that, it was a case of attach a tow line and start the trip home.
Thanks to the fishing vessel and the speedy response of the lifeboat crew, a potentially life-threatening situation has turned into a routine tow. But not for long.
We were towing the vessel back to Brixham, and we had a broken mayday on the radio. Because it was a broken mayday, we didn't really know what had happened, but obviously a mayday is a serious shout.
A mayday call means someone is in a life-threatening situation. The crew listen out for more information, only to hear silence.
I couldn't hear anything, no communication back on the radio, and then the radio itself got wet. And then I lost it in the end. The wave came along and it just disappeared.
I'm in trouble. We heard nothing else. The Coast Guard had picked up some of the information, and we realised it was coming from quite close to where we were.
With a dead boat already in tow and the sea conditions worsening, the ALB isn't able to investigate. They're forced to launch the second, smaller lifeboat.
Okay.
In no normal circumstances would we have ever have launched it in those conditions. The decision to go was a no-brainer. We had to go and help this woman. It was more about the balance of how do we get there quickly without breaking anybody and capsizing the boat.
In those conditions, it was going to be a slow, rough run out. Short, choppy seas. It was going to be bouncy. It was going to be wet.
Though it may be hard going for the crew, they know it's nothing compared to what the casualty is going through.
I knew where I was, I couldn't get out. I knew I was in trouble. I was scared at that point, I have to say. I was scared. I didn't want to be there.
With her radio lost, Jeanette now tries phoning the Coast Guard.
Because it's in the phone case, you can't actually hear anything from that phone. So again, I didn't have any feedback. And that was really scary because I didn't know whether anybody's coming to rescue me at that point. And my concern then was because I was getting nearer the cliffs.
Having exhausted all high-tech forms of communication, Jeanette turns to more direct methods.
I could see people up on the cliff that were waving. I didn't know if they were waving to acknowledge that they'd seen me and they've raised alarm, or they were just waving.
Unknown to Jeanette, the onlookers have called the Coast Guard. From their elevated position, they can also see the ALB out at sea and presume it's there for the kayaker.
I know there were several calls about her. You could see a lifeboat, we couldn't see any action, and all they could see the lifeboat doing was towing another vessel. Everybody was watching this woman kind of drowning in glorious Technicolor.
While Mark and his crew travel as fast as they dare to Jeanette's position, she still has no idea help is on the way or whether she'll be spotted in the rolling sea.
The sea is very vast, and when you start looking, and it's very rough. You know, you hear stories of people being in the sea that can't be seen because of wave height.
A person in the water in those conditions is 1,000 to 1 almost. You're not going to see it. You're in a confused sea. And unless you're specifically looking at one point, it's a needle in a haystack.
It's a very scary situation. My logic at that time was to use my paddle so people could see me a little bit further away.
The only time we ever saw her was we saw her lifting her paddle up. And it just caught her eye. You know, we didn't see the kayak, didn't see her in the swells, but every now and again we saw this black paddle.
Then I saw a lifeboat coming towards me, and it was relief. I knew then I'd be fine.
She probably had another 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, and she would have ended up on the rocks. And that will probably have been the end of it.
That's it.
The ILB hooked her out of the water and tore straight back over to us.
Although finally free from the waves, after almost 40 minutes, Jeanette is still very much in danger.
She wasn't in a very good way. She was incredibly cold and in a lot of shock, so she needed a lot of help to get from one boat to the other.
Yeah, you are on your feet. Steady, steady.
She looked absolutely terrified. She was very pale. She wasn't talking very much at all, which is always a little bit of a concern.
You okay? Yeah.
And then when we got on the boat trying to warm her up, she just got quieter and quieter and started to sort of drift off to sleep.
It became a little bit concerned because we thought about secondary drowning.
Secondary drowning can occur after a casualty has taken water into their lungs, which gradually stops them from breathing.
the priority was made that she should be evacuated by helicopter to Torbay Hospital.
But now they have another problem. Airlifting a casualty at sea is an incredibly difficult procedure, especially if towing another vessel. With the helicopter inbound and time ticking away, the ILB takes over the tow of the leisure craft so the ALB can begin the transfer.
You're very aware of this helicopter coming in close. It feels like about 5 feet above your head. Great big white monstrosity above you, pushing loads and loads of air down on you.
The sight of the helicopter and lifeboat off Brixham Harbour draws plenty of onlookers, including Jeanette's husband Alan, who suddenly realises his wife is very laid back from her paddle.
So I've tried calling her a few times and there was no answer, or the phone wouldn't connect. And then I did start to panic a bit, and I just wanted to get down to the lifeboat station as fast as I could. I said, you know, could you put my mind at rest? Are you looking for a lady kayaker? And sort of they pointed out the window, and I looked and could see Jeanette being winched up into the helicopter.
Jeanette is flown directly to Torbay Hospital to be treated for secondary drowning and hypothermia. And the two lifeboats, with Roger, Mark and their crews, head back to the station. But the day isn't quite done with them yet. All in all, the easterly wind blows 7 shouts the Torbay crew's way.
It is one of the busiest days I've seen in the last 30 years, yeah. But these all probably made a difference to everybody we went out for. They were all absolutely genuine right from the start to the end, and that all needed clearing up and could have been a lot worse. You know, there could have been a few fatalities that day. There were a few people who were very lucky.
It hasn't made me want to stay away from the sea. It's made me respect the sea.
Getting caught out at sea can, happen to anybody. It doesn't matter how experienced you are. Accidents always happen.
Back in the island community of West Mersey, the station crew continue to watch over their very particular patch of coastline.
Mersey is a beautiful place. It's the most easterly inhabited island in the UK. We're 50 miles from London, and I commute to London for work, but you couldn't get more a polar opposite from central London.
You have your winter island and your summer island. Summer island is absolutely heaving. I think now we're one of the most popular places to come in the UK. Get a lot of people down the waterfront here out on jet skis, speedboats. Whereas in the winter, all the moorings are near enough empty. It's just your fishing boats, tumbleweeds blowing down the road. There's just no one about.
But even in the dead of winter, people still head out onto the water and get themselves in trouble.
When the pager goes off, we don't know anything. I mean, so when you go down, you don't know what you're dealing with.
Early January, clear, bright, but very cold. The Coast Guard receives a call that a kite surfer off the coast has been floating helplessly for some time.
When you get a shout and someone's in the water, you always focus your attention, because in winter it can be cold. So at that point, it was just very focused on getting to the right place at a good time. Sometimes if you get wind against tide, you can have quite choppy conditions.
If you are a casualty in the water and you're getting dragged out to sea by the tide, it is a very, very serious situation, and things can turn south very quickly. You could end up in Europe. You could end up anywhere.
Luckily, this kite surfer was with a buddy who managed to make it to shore and raise the alarm.
Kite surfer in the water, you're sort of thinking, well, how does he end up in the water? Is he injured? Yeah, where's his equipment gone? Is he still with his kite?
If you know that they're going to be difficult to spot, it adds pressure to the search because you're not looking for an object, you're looking for a person.
Obviously, if he's quite low in the water, there's a vessel that's coming towards him and they're not paying attention, they could run him over and they wouldn't even notice. Most of the time, to be honest, yeah, they wouldn't even realise what they'd done.
We were on scene and we located him within about 4 or 5 minutes, and that's remarkably quick.
Have you packed your lines away? Around your legs? Do we need to check them? Okay. There's no lines in the water? No, yeah? Yeah. Lines are in the water, but lines are in the water. It's not for sure how far they are in the water. Most of them are wrapped around his legs. He said probably best to approach from behind him. Okay.
Yeah, when we're approaching a kite surfer, it can be very dangerous with all the lines that come off a kite. They can very quickly get wrapped around their propellers or anything, and then we find ourselves stuck as well.
Well done, mate. Grand job. Take my foot if you want. Bag. All right. Ready, Jason? No, it's too far. There you go, Tim. You all right, mate? Are you cold?
Yeah, I'm all right.
So no medical.
When we plucked him out, I was amazed that he was so laid back.
The lifeboat crews undergo extensive training to prepare them for all kinds of rescue situations. But even they can sometimes get caught out.
I was surprised with the amount of lines wrapped around his leg. I mean, it was the worst knot I've ever seen. It was an absolute mess.
Is there any quick release or something?
Yeah, I spent quite a long time untangling it, and it was an absolute nightmare.
We do carry knives and things on the boat to cut lines out and things, but I know they don't thank you for doing it because all their gear is very expensive.
How long have you been in the water? An hour and a half. Hour and a half, okay. Yeah, we have a mate from whereabouts? Do you know where that windsurfing place is?
Yeah. He did a lot of things right. The fact that he kite surfed with a buddy and he was equipped and prepared. It was a freak accident. On the day, it was not the best weather, and the wind was very, very gusty, so it wasn't like a predictable wind. So I think a gust of wind took his kite out of control and got him into that situation. So it just shows that it can happen to anyone.
Over 300 miles to the west of Mersey, the Dart lifeboat station watches over a very different stretch of river.
Dartmouth's a very busy place. You've got a lovely river, which is fantastic, but there's so many boats on it, there's so many marinas.
You can go from the very slow-moving, quite smooth waters of the inner river, and then as you come out towards the outer estuary, you start picking up the tidal areas.
There's lots of trot moorings in the middle of the river, lots of big buoys. You've got a fixed ferry running across on fixed wires. There's lots going on the Dart.
Opened in 2007, the Dart station is one of the youngest in the region. It has a D-class inshore boat and an active crew of 21. But on one late September weekend, many are away for a 50th birthday celebration. They've called in a helm from nearby Tor Bay to cover, just in case.
So I got down there and I covered the boat through Friday night. Dartmouth have fewer shouts than Brixham. They still have a good number of shouts. They hadn't had a shout for a few weeks, I don't think, at that point. As the night went on, it got less likely that I was going to get a shout.
But just after 11 o'clock, as James is climbing into bed at his B&B, an urgent call comes in from the Falmouth Coast Guard. A water taxi pilot at the end of his shift has heard a shout for help coming from the river.
As soon as I got on station and the information started to come through that it was somebody in the water, and that it was an elderly gentleman that was in the water, and he'd been in the water for quite some time, the urgency suddenly escalates.
The River Dart is challenging enough to navigate during the day, but now James has to go as fast as he dares through unfamiliar and dangerous waters.
The river that night was pitch black. There wasn't a lot of light from the actual river itself.
Searching with a spotlight can be quite technical. People think you're just waving a torch in the dark. You have to be careful because obviously the helm is trying to helm a boat in the dark using his night sight. If you catch the spotlight wrong and you catch the orange of the lifeboat, especially with the reflective bits, it can cause him to lose a little bit of his ability to see in the dark.
I know there's lots of lines that are often strung between mooring buoys in the river. Because it was so dark, you couldn't make those lines out.
It's the one on the end, KU. It should be the end one, Hayden.
The river taxi skipper who alerted the Coast Guard is marking the place where the old man is trapped. But in the dark, among the forest of masts, he's hard to spot. And every extra minute spent in the cold water reduces the old man's chance of survival.
Worst case scenario sort of goes through your mind. His vulnerability is obviously a lot higher. You've got hypothermia to think about. The water in the actual river itself is probably colder than average sea temperatures. All these types of things go through your mind.
Yeah, this is it. Got it?
Suddenly, a figure emerges from the darkness.
Right, just drop one of you off.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll swing round.
I've got some more torch, yeah.
Once we arrived on scene, we came up on one side of the pontoon. Because it's a floating pontoon, we weren't sure which side of the pontoon that the casualty was.
I've got him tied up.
The water taxi skipper has dropped a life ring in the water to support the casualty, but has been unable to pull him out.
Go back round that way.
When they came, I mean, that was, relief. Huge relief.
Right, we'll go round.
The frightening thing was that I saw this man just deteriorating over time, and that was the most upsetting part, really, because I thought he was dying without a doubt.
You can go back round that way. That way.
Dropped Hayden onto the pontoon as Chris and I went round the opposite side of the pontoon, which is the side the casualty was actually on.
In my mind, as a medic first now, is going through his cold water immersion, patient condition, length of time in the water, frailty, how we're going to get him out.
The temperature of the River Dart in September is around 15 degrees Celsius, cold enough to render an 80-year-old man unconscious in under an hour.
I need to get this casualty out of the water. He's cold, he's wet, he's been in the water for 45 minutes. He needs to be in the boat and he needs to be in the care of an ambulance.
His position, wedged between the pontoon and a moored yacht, makes it impossible for even the lifeboat crew to pull him out.
I couldn't quite reach him from the pontoon, so the best place, I'm in a dry suit, I'm nice and warm.
I'm going to go on in, come on board here.
Yeah, you need it.
Go to the slate side.
My job there at the time was to secure his lower half in a way that we didn't lose him under the water.
He's a big lad, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Right.
Right, I might need to lose this boy. Can you get your arms up so we can try and squeeze this life buoy around you? Because at the moment we're struggling to get you in the boat. He's going to come out. Do you want to come on the boat with me again? Yeah.
The patient in question was unable to use the life ring due to the fact that his body had started to shut down and he was unable to move his arms. He's losing heat into the sea. No, he didn't have long left.
With the casualty fast becoming critical, the crew realise that one way or another, they must get him out now.
Okay. Right, we're going to try and get you up out of the water now, okay? You dig deep, and you give it everything you can to get him out of the water and into the boat. Okay, on 3 guys. 1, 2, 3. You right there? You okay?
He was a dead weight lift, and it took the strength of 3 men to pull him over the side.
As soon as he was on board, then we could put a blanket over him.
We cover him with what I carry in my para bag to try and reduce the last of his heat loss.
With the casualty now out of the water, but unresponsive and fading fast, stand-in helm James has to locate the ambulance waiting somewhere on the river's edge.
Blue lights over there, guys. I don't know if that's ours or it might be Coast Guard. Nice and snug.
Found Coast Guard Dark Lifeboat information. We have a casualty on board. Do you have a location for the ambulance? Over.
Tracking job. You're doing all right. You have this boat very, very quickly. A bit late for swimming, isn't it? Ambulance is with you.
You get my thermal probe out. Just test your temperature, skipper. See what's going on. See how cold you got. Guys, this is hypothermic as far as I can't get a reading.
He was very cold, severely hypothermic. Fellow crew were waiting on the quayside for us, get as much assistance because he was a big lad, and then onto a stretcher.
Right, watch your backs, guys, because he's very heavy. All right, buddy. We all got hand? Yeah. And lift. Forward. Right. Okay, I've got that. I'll have one there.
The casualty is rushed to the waiting ambulance and on to Torbay Hospital.
I was born in Torbay Hospital, the early Torbay Hospital. You think afterwards, when it's all done and dusted, you start to think back what had happened if they hadn't turned up. Then you realise what could have gone wrong. Well, I drowned, quite literally, you know.
Oh, he's pretty lucky. I'm sure he's thought about it many times since.
And Lionel's not alone in having a truly memorable night.
I'd be quite happy to cover for Dart if they wanted me to go down and cover them again. They're a really good crew. They're really welcoming.
But James wasn't the only first-timer on the Shout that night.
This was a brand new boat that hadn't actually touched the water before. And it launched, and on its first launch, it saved a life.
So it's definitely a life saved?
Oh, definitely a life saved.
What do you say to people that sort of fish you out and save your life? All you can say is thank you. It sounds totally inadequate. But it's a job to put into words.
The lifeboat volunteers are on call day and night, ready to put to sea and river in order to save lives. But their duty of care often extends way beyond the rescue.
So the day after, I went back to the station to collect my gear from the crew. One of the guys said that they were going out for a paddle a couple of days, and would I like to join them to build my confidence back and to get myself back into a boat. And that has helped me no end, and you know, I thank them for that day because I don't think I possibly would have got back in a kayak if I hadn't have done it straight away.
Someone else who returned to thank the lifeboat crew who saved them was Mark with his daughter Alex, whose spinal injuries had left everyone worried that she may never walk again.
Alex she's 100% now. She's had no medical issues or anything afterwards. She's great. She's full of happiness and joy. Going over and meeting the crew in Cortown, like, I mean, you know, it was kind of surreal, and and then to find out, like, one of them was the local priest. You just don't think about those people in that certain ways.
Have a good day. Look after yourself. Oh yeah, absolutely.
We went to Sunday Mass. Father Tom was outside shaking everybody's hands, and Alex went up and thanked him. It was quite moving.
I think I've pretty much moved on. I mean, like, I'll always remember it, but I'm really excited. I can't wait to get back out on the jet ski and kayaking and doing all my summer sports.
You have to get home before the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go around the other side, but it's too heavy to pull.
If somebody's not trying to take their face out of the water, they're pretty poorly.
Unfortunately, at that moment, our radio decided to break.
He's in the water. Go, go, go.
It's difficult to see someone that determined to take their life.
We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. For many, it's a playground. For others, it's where we earn our living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant. And when accidents happen, they happen very fast.
On the sea, you have to expect the unexpected. It will just turn around and bite you.
Mayday! Mayday!
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of nearly 5,000 ordinary people.
When the pager goes off, we don't know what the shout is, where it is, how many people are involved. It could be anything.
Well, where do you feel the pain, Alex?
My back and my leg and my neck.
Stuart, just hold the boat! I am so thankful that they came.
Things could have turned out to be a lot worse.
I've had people drown in front of me. Before we've got there, that person's gone.
Calm down, you're okay, pal.
Equipped with their own cameras.
My light flashing. Yeah, mine.
The crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it. Speeding through the roughest weather, searching for people who may only have moments to live.
Go!
For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
The decisions we make on a lifeboat, it can all mean the difference between life or death.
Surrounded by the sea, Britain's industrial, social and cultural identity has a long maritime tradition. On the south coast of England, Brighton, once a small fishing village, is today a bustling seaside city, complete with pier, marina, and since 1979, a band of lifeboat volunteers, ready to put to sea in all weathers.
So we're doing a little bit on throwing lines tonight. If we were throwing this line for a service, the line needs to go down flush, side by side.
We are such a close-knit team at Brighton, it's unreal. All of my class is my second family. I wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest.
So just give it a try. It's going to be. This lifeboat station, for me, is my second home, and it probably is for quite a lot of people. We've had couples meet on this station and are actually happily married now. It's actually quite common around the coast, really common.
There's quite a close bond between the crew, I think because we go through some sort of testing situations together.
For crew member Mark, who's been with the Brighton station for 20 years, volunteering is even more of a family affair.
I'm nearly ready to go.
It's there he met his wife, Phoenix, who was a crew member at the time.
The lifeboat's been very sort of integral in our family. The kids have been down to the lifeboat, which is great. Certainly changed my direction in life for the better.
Mark answers the pager's call up to 30 times a year.
I don't worry about Mark when the pager goes off. I know what it's like being part of a crew and the decisions you make together. And the first rule is you don't become a casualty.
A breezy morning in early May. The crew receive a call from the Coast Guard.
The initial information we had was that there was a yacht who'd lost engine power on passage from Portsmouth heading towards Brighton. So at that point it seemed like quite a routine shout.
All my crew are my responsibility. You're in command of the boat, so you know that if anything does go wrong, the eyes are going to be focused on you. You've got to think of what you think's right at the moment in time for yourself and your crew to all come back in one piece.
Outside the marina, 30-mile-an-hour winds have whipped up a 10-foot swell.
It's well in the limits of the Atlantic 85 lifeboat. I've done shouts and a lot worse, especially in towing.
Just 500 metres from the shore, the stricken yacht has lost engine power. And the wind is blowing it directly towards the beach.
At that point, we realised that we had a bit of a problem developing. The area that they were heading into was potentially dangerous, where the breaking waves kind of get reflected back off the marina wall. We call it the washing machine. There's quite a disturbed bit of sea there.
The only way to save the yacht from being wrecked on the shore is to tow it away from the beach. After sailing through the night, the single crew member on board is exhausted. Helm Dan decides to commit one of his own crew to help.
It was quite tricky getting on board. We had a few attempts at it because there was a sort of a gap opening up between the boats with the waves that we were in.
Fighting the swell, Dan must time his approach perfectly between the 10-foot waves to get Mark aboard safely.
Building way behind it, now or never.
I sort of bundled unglamorously on board.
We need a tow line set up ASAP.
Right. Just thought to myself, it's just a normal tow job with throw line to Mark, and it'd be fine. Not knowing that a squally was sort of coming through, which was just a lot more heavy wind. The waves were building, and we were just getting pushed towards the marina and the washing machine very fast.
As the conditions deteriorate, the crew have just a few minutes to get a tow line attached before the yacht is swept onto the shore.
Yeah, mate.
Dan was trying to keep the lifeboat the right way up and approach us on the yacht in an aspect where they could pass the line, which was quite a tricky thing to do.
Riding the swell, Dan must get in close enough to get a line across.
It's very daunting when you see a big yacht with a mast on right up 3 meters in front of you, and you're the little boat down there thinking, I hope this all goes right.
Find it. Breaking way! Large wave.
The yacht hit the lifeboat on the hull quite hard, which is when I updated the Coast Guard and said to them that we've taken on some damage. I'm not aware that we're sinking or taking on water.
We need to get this line over. We're going to build on the beach.
As they battle to get a tow established, the yacht is now just 20 meters from the shore, every wave pushing it closer.
I think that was the start of when it really sort of turned serious. I was expecting the keel to touch at any time. We can't have had very much water underneath us. One of the main dangers once you're in the surf is that we could be washed off the boat could ground, and at that point there's a possibility that the boat could be washed on top of one of us and crush us. My plan would have been to get us both as far away from that boat as possible.
Go, Nelson! Hold on! Stand, mate! Hold on! I'm not ready!
Every time the lads went to throw the line on, we'd get knocked by a wave, or the yacht would.
Go, Jay, go! Got it!
Mark grabbed it, and then as he went to make it off, a big set of 3 waves come through. I just thought straight away either the yacht is going over or people are going to be in the water.
Lost the line. He's lost the line.
The second wave that comes through and struck him, the yacht went 90 degrees, pretty much side onto the water, which is the wave that actually knocked the line out of Mark's hand. So we totally lost the line.
Breaking wave, breaking wave. Whoa! We gotta get away. We're on the wrong side.
In the 12 minutes the crew have battled to get a line across, they've been pushed just a few meters from the shore. Dan must weigh up the risk to his own crew of another attempt to save the yacht.
I think this could be too late, lads. What do you want to do, mate? I'm more or less ready.
I knew that he was going to hit the bottom within seconds, and I even said to the boys on the boat, this is our last attempt. I didn't want to risk it anymore. We would have been the next people hitting the bottom.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Dan makes one last approach.
Someone must have been looking down on us, because for 5 to 10 seconds the waves had just stopped and we was able to throw a tow line to him.
I think it was pretty much our last chance, that run-in that they had, so I was very glad to kind of get that on board and get it made off.
Now they've established a tow, the lifeboat must try and drag the 5-ton dead weight of the yacht out of the surf.
We were taking a bit of a pounding at that point.
Ooh.
It did feel pretty relentless. You get one wave after another, and you feel like you're just recovering from one wave, and then you're looking at the next, thinking, oh God.
The wind now, which had gone up to a force 6, and the tide was getting stronger and heavier as well. I've potentially got damage to my own lifeboat, and I wasn't sure on how Mark was on the yacht, because he had taken quite a big hit as well.
Do you require any assistance? We need them, mate.
After 15 minutes trying to fight their way out of danger, the crew call in backup from neighbouring lifeboat station Shoreham, 7 miles away.
Information we have from Shoreham lifeboat coming to your location.
All the Brighton crew can do is try to inch the yacht out of danger until the bigger, more powerful boat based at Shoreham arrives to help.
The yacht that I was on probably weighs about 5 tons, so in the breaking waves that puts massive strain on the line. I could see the strain the line was under. I felt a little bit vulnerable sitting in right in line with it. I had my visor down just in case it did part, because when it does part, it parts with quite a lot of recoil.
Light away! Light away!
Mark's worst fears are realised. The tow line snaps. The crew are back to square one. And even at top speed, the larger Shoreham boat is still several minutes away.
I can only think what the helmsman of the Brighton lifeboat was thinking. He's in a bit of a position, he's towing this yacht, which wasn't the easiest of tows in those conditions, and he's unsure of the condition of his crew member on the yacht. I should think it was a very tough situation to be in.
Our ratio is approximately 5 minutes. We have just come past 3 parts of Brighton here now. This is Draw my 5 minutes out, Mark! Draw my 5 minutes out!
I think that the adrenaline was certainly flowing, we'd all taken a bit of a pounding.
I probably never wanted another lifeboat to be alongside me so much. I just wanted to get my 2 crew, which we were all battered, including myself, just drained, exhausted, couldn't believe what happened. The adrenaline was wearing off. And I just wanted to get everyone home, including myself. I just wanted to get home by then and just sort of reflect on actually what had happened.
The Brighton crew have been fighting the conditions for nearly an hour by the time Shoreham arrived to take over the tow.
Move! Let go the line!
As the Shoreham crew establish a new tow, Brighton make their way back to base without Mark.
You all right, mate? Yeah. Half mile out. I think Mark's all right.
I was shaking like a leaf by the end of it. I was very scared of what actually just happened, and yeah, I think it was the shock that was hitting as well.
Well done, boys. We're nearly home.
I handed my 2 crew over straight away to the paramedics, wanted to get them checked over, as Dickon was in a lot of pain from his ribs, so he was my main priority first.
One point I thought we wasn't going to be coming home, I've got to be honest with you. To think for the first time, being part of the crew, that maybe as a crew we don't come home or we lose someone, yeah, it hit home a bit.
Gotta take my helmet off.
We saw the yacht coming in, put alongside safely, and Mark made his way into the station where he said the quote was, "Well, that was a bit sporting, wasn't it?" And we all sort of looked at him and smiled. We knew that we were all in a really dangerous position and we might not have been going home that night.
The yacht and the sailor survived unscathed. The Brighton crew escaped with bruises and 1 broken rib between them.
I think we were lucky on this shout that it wasn't worse. You know, I think we were in quite a precarious situation and we got away with it.
Whether it's guarding the sandy beaches of Cornwall, the flats of East Anglia, or the craggy cliffs of the Shetlands, at any time there are over 5,000 yellow-booted volunteers willing to drop everything to save the lives of others. Keeping watch over nearly 2,000 miles of Irish coastline are 42 lifeboat stations. For over 190 years, a lifeboat has protected the waters of Howth, a picturesque coastal community 9 miles from Dublin, on the edge of the city's busy shipping lanes.
Howth is an amazing village. It's only 20 minutes from Dublin, 20 minutes from the airport, but has kept its true roots as a proper little fishing village with a little fishing community. Amazing place, yeah. I couldn't think of a better place to live in the world.
Good quality lobster.
Yeah. For lifeboat volunteer Declan, whose family have lived in Howth for generations, the sea is a way of life.
Our family home is 5 metres from the sea. And we just grew up. My dad took us sailing all the time. You see all the fishermen, you get to know the fishermen, you're going out in their boats for a quick spin. You're just always beside the sea in Howth.
Just a stone's throw from the lifeboat station, Declan is head chef at the family business.
Coming in, chef, 1 scallops, 1 mackerel.
A seafood restaurant he runs with his wife, Sue.
We have our first baby on the way, due on the 5th of July. And we found out it's a boy, so we're both very excited. Looking forward to it. He'll be in Lifeboat Luke. Working on the lifeboat when he's older, and a chef, of course.
Running a busy restaurant alongside lifeboat duty means the rest of the team are used to Declan dropping everything when the pager goes off.
You're on with deck, you're cooking away. It's deck, where's my burger? Oh, he's gone.
What's good being here when the beeper goes off is that I can see where the boat is going, right outside the restaurant. I think it's exciting. I'm proud of him.
A warm but windy July evening. A family have called the Coast Guard from a local beach. A 14-year-old girl out alone in a sailing dinghy is in trouble.
When the pager went off, I was in work. I just went into overdrive, adrenaline in, legged it over to the station. The other two were in the boat already, so I just jumped in the boat.
Okay, Dad, when you're ready.
Yeah, I do. And we started heading out of the harbour, trying to get as much information on the casualty as we could.
Rough position will be 53 degrees.
The Hoth team pushed their D-class lifeboat to its top speed of 25 knots.
The weather on that particular day was a northwesterly breeze, which in that location was blowing people off the shore. They could be blown away from the land, and where we are, it's quite a long distance until you reach land again. They'd be kind of stopping at Holyhead would be their next port of call.
To make matters worse, the wind could also be blowing the girl towards the busy Dublin shipping lanes.
Those big boats, they take a while to slow down and take a while to change course, so it's not a place that I think anyone would want to find themselves in.
That's the only I can see is off the bow.
Hampered by the glare of the sun, the crew scanned the horizon, searching for the girl.
The main worry for me was the time. It was late in the evening and the sun was going down. I know when we were going out, I was thinking, God, I hope we don't have to end up making a search pattern or try to find these people. Hopefully they're where they said they were. It's the last thing you want to be doing is that sort of thing at night. You want to try use that light as much as possible. I'd definitely rather have the glare on the water than to have the darkness.
As the minutes tick by, concern for the casualty mounts.
The thing about dinghies is they're quite labour intensive. There's a lot of work. It's basically your body weight fighting the sail. So they can be quite tiring, and if they do capsize, you can end up in the water, and if you just don't have the strength or you're too tired maybe to get them back upright, you could have someone in the water that's exhausted, and it turns into a very serious situation then.
1 minute you're just having a lovely sail, and then it's a realisation that without this boat, I'm just a fish that can't really swim.
As the crew search, back on shore, the girl's father is watching powerless as his 14-year-old daughter, Caoimhe, is blown out to sea.
As her dad, looking out over, I felt very helpless. Apart from calling the lifeguard, there's very little I could do. As a parent, you would go out and do what you can straight away, but you're in a situation where you physically can't get there. And Caoimhe would have felt very scared out there. You know, it's a big bad sea when you're out. There's a long way to get back in, and of course it's going to be very, very scary.
It looks like they're in control. You tell us when we're on scene and give them an update shortly. Yeah.
9 minutes after launching, up ahead the crew spot a group of boats a mile offshore.
How you doing? What's the story?
In an attempt to rescue her, Caoimhe's grandfather and a lifeguard have arrived from the beach. Despite their efforts, all three are now struggling to get to safety.
The first boat had its sail up and it was trying to tow the other two, and unfortunately just with the weight it was just making no headway whatsoever.
Are you warm enough? Are you okay? Okay, I'm gonna come to the windward side of you. If you just keep sailing the course you're going.
The crew now have 3 people that need help getting back to shore, but their main concern is Caoimhe.
It was quite clear from the off that the young girl was very cold. She was shivering and quite upset. So immediately our priority turned to help her. She stuck out in my mind as being someone that was particularly vulnerable and in trouble and needed help.
One casualty, she's a bit cold, possible hypothermic, and very upset. Over.
Now Caoimhe's safely in the lifeboat. Her grandfather Charles can navigate his own way back to shore.
Well, my first reaction when the lifeboat arrived was one of relief that at least now it wasn't all my responsibility. Caoimhe was getting colder and less happy. Just wanted to curl up in a ball and get back in her daddy's arms.
We're going to get you in. Is your dad on the beach or where is he?
Yeah.
Okay, well, don't worry. As soon as you're in, you'll be all right. Are you cold?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been out for?
I think once she was in our boat, I think probably the gravity of the situation probably hit her a bit more. Now that the lifeboat's there and all that. So at that stage, she just wanted to see her dad. And that was it. So that was kind of turned into our priority to get her ashore and to her dad.
It's no one's fault, don't worry about it. These things happen.
14-year-old Quiver had been trying out a new dinghy, but a problem with the sail meant that every time she tried to steer for the beach, she capsized.
I was very anxious because I had no control. I couldn't control what my boat was doing. The wind started to change. I couldn't control the wind. I couldn't control the boat's capsizing. I couldn't control anything. I was very scared, and I kind of thought, oh my God, is this my fault?
Just throw it on your head there, right?
By the third time I capsized, I couldn't get it back up because my arms kind of felt like jelly. You know, once you lift a boat up a couple times, you're exhausted. I was pretty petrified for a while.
Yeah, we're gonna go sailing again. Yeah. So that's a spirit. Yeah, that's it. You're a yachty, you'll live.
The sea can be a very scary place, particularly for a young girl. Somebody that's trying to learn sailing and learn everything. If the weather isn't what you thought it was going to be, or you've set yourself up for a particular scenario and then all of a sudden it changes, it can be a very, very daunting experience. And if you're not ready for it, it can certainly catch you out and be very, very dangerous.
Everything's going to be okay. Don't worry about it, all right?
Biggest place in the world when it goes wrong. Everything seems so far away. It's quite scary.
Will you do me a favour? You wrap this around you?
Nobody is immune to getting into difficulty at sea. Some of the most experienced sailors that I know have all been rescued, and I suppose it's if you spend that much time at sea, you do get caught out.
What's your dad's name? Ed, okay.
I know it was a traumatic experience for the family, particularly for Quiva, who was at the centre of it, and for her father, who was alone on the shore while all this was happening.
Go home, get some nice hot chocolate, and everything will be fine.
And it's just given us an extra sense that we need to prepare well for events and to be ready to call for help whenever it's necessary.
Thank you. See, your granddad's here now. It's all right. You all right?
Without the added strain of towing a second dinghy, Quiver's grandfather Charles also makes it safely back to shore.
We're going to get an ambulance down.
Sure.
So, yeah, it's on the way. Just make sure she's all right, because I don't want to make it be cold or anything.
If they hadn't called us, I don't think they would have made it back to the beach, and we could have been dealing with a family who had possibly lost their granddad and a daughter.
After putting her family through 2 hours of worry, Quiver is finally reunited with her father.
It was a relief because I really wanted to see my dad after so long, because I was scared and I was cold and I didn't know what was wrong, but it was an experience that made me upset. You know, I didn't have one of my parents with me. So yeah, I wanted my dad.
She was a little shaken and a little teary, but it was great, you know. She was able to walk to us and give her a hug, and she was happy.
You did really, really well. You did what you were supposed to do, right? What you tried to do. You relaxed.
You could see in his face how relieved he was that his daughter was back, and you could tell from her demeanour that she was relieved to be in her dad's arms. Very nice feeling, very rewarding.
For the lifeboat crews, saving loved ones from the sea often means leaving their own family behind.
I do feel a bit more scared, I guess, because you think, oh, it's not just me he's leaving behind at the house, it's Lottie as well, and it's her dad running away and going to save someone else.
There we go.
If you get worried every single time that pager goes off, it'd be an absolute nightmare. I'd be like, that's it, you're not doing this anymore.
When that pager goes off, at the end of the day, it's having trust in all your crew and your helms. So I know that if she goes out without me, you know, I know she's going to come back safely.
1, 2, 3. Oh, big jump.
Everyone says it must be weird being husband and wife on the crew, but we don't see it as like that when we're on the boat. That we are literally crew, and that's what we're there to do. What happens at home stays at home, kind of thing.
There's a crab!
In Redcar, North Yorkshire, there's a family that have been saving lives here for generations.
The Picknets go back to living in Redcar from the early 1700s, when it was a very small fishing village. We're just the next generation really carrying on with something that's gone on for now almost 300 years.
Mike is passing on the legacy to his son, Luke, who joined the Red Car crew 5 years ago.
So there's Cecil, that was Tommy's uncle. It's not something that you can force somebody to do, that they either want to be part of the lifeboat or they choose not to be. Very, very proud that Luke has wanted to be part of the RNLI and is.
I'm proud of the family history, and I think carrying it on is the right thing to do.
There's been a lifeboat station here since 1802. The original lifeboat, the Zetland, still lives in the old station. Its coxswain was Thomas Hood Picknett, Mike's great-great-uncle.
The Zetland is the oldest surviving lifeboat in the world, and she's still in one piece, she's still intact, and you can still come and imagine what it would have been like to try and get to sea in bad weather and rescue people in this exact vessel. And so you can only be in awe when you look at it as to the things that it achieved. It saved over 500 lives.
A June day, the Coast Guard have called out the Red Car crew. Someone is trapped on a remote beach between steep cliffs and a fast-rising tide. Both of the station's inshore lifeboats are launched.
So the call had come in before high water, so we knew the tide was going to come in further. And as you looked at the tide, you realised it was one of the larger tides of the year. So the person who's in danger at this time had the misfortune to be trapped at the bottom of some of the biggest cliffs in the country at one of the highest tides of the year.
The faster Atlantic 85 boat is launched first, to get to the casualty as quickly as possible.
These types of shouts are very time critical. You realise that every second counts at this point. The biggest worry is you're going to get there and find a drowned person.
An incoming tide can overwhelm the shoreline in minutes, leaving people trapped on slivers of land at the bottom of cliffs.
Blue shoes, black pants, and a blue jumper.
Where is she? The crew fear the woman may try to get to safety on her own.
Once the tide's in, then the swim would probably be around 150, 200 metres before they can get back onto the beach where they can then walk to safety. Cold sea, fully clothed, already under a little bit of duress because of the situation they're in. That's not something we want to recommend.
Anyone got visuals yet or not?
Racing the fastest rising tide of the year, the crew must get to the woman before the sea does.
Quite often we find people, particularly in June, July, are caught out by just how cold the sea temperatures are at that time. If you're not used to the cold water shock can act within seconds of entering cold water. So if you've entered the water unexpectedly and you try and swim at that point, your body's just not capable of swimming, your muscle control goes, and if you're not you're unfortunate, you gasp in water and you will drown at that point.
24 minutes after the call, the crew arrive at Saltburn. Just a thin strip of dry land remains. Backed up against the base of the cliffs, they spot a figure.
Where the casualty was, there is no way out, so she did the right thing, summoning help by a mobile phone.
To be honest, Cam, I can't say much.
The crew need to find out if the casualty is okay, but submerged rocks mean they can't get the boat any closer to shore, and the smaller, more manoeuvrable D-class is still en route.
So the decision was made to swim in, and that was important. We needed to check on the casualty's condition.
Do you want me to go with him at all? No, you sit in the water. Keep going.
The swim ashore, it's quite cumbersome equipment. We're not the most elegant swimmers when we're in our life jacket, helmet and dry suit. When I got to the casualty, it was clear she was very distressed at this point. I sat down next to her and started reassuring her and talking to her. And I found her name was Abigail. She clearly realised that she had been in a position of quite considerable danger. The tide was coming in. She didn't know how far the tide was going to come in. Looking behind her, she would have seen cliffs that towered above her, and she had been convinced that this is how she was going to die.
Yes.
They may have found her, but with the tide still rising, the casualty isn't out of danger yet. Now on the scene, the more manoeuvrable D-class is sent in to evacuate her to safety.
Just step onto there. Come on. Go on.
Your dad's at Salcombe.
21-year-old Abigail moved to Redcar from her native New Zealand 2 years ago. She had been out running when she realised the incoming tide had trapped her.
When I realised what was actually happening, a lot of emotions went through me. First of all, I panicked. The water was coming at me and I couldn't really do anything about it. So I just thought to myself, like, gosh, like, is this it? Am I gonna die? Like, it was really scary. I was thinking about my family and how they'd feel about you being in that situation. So that's definitely something that went through my head, but I was kind of stood there thinking, I need to, like, help myself. I need to get out of this situation.
How then, Abigail? Right, see you in a bit, chaps. Right.
If we hadn't have turned up, 2 or 3 hours later, she might not have been there. She'd have been in the water. And once she's in the water, that would have been a chip's like.
I don't really like to think about what could have happened, but I definitely am lucky because it could have turned out a lot worse than it did. So just thank God and thank them for saving me. My dad was waiting for me, and I remember being so confused because when I ran up to my dad, he had a towel around him. I didn't understand why his clothes were wet. My dad had seen me on the rocks and he had literally ran towards the beach and got into the sea and, like, tried to swim out to where I was on the rocks, which was, like, crazy.
I don't think there's any father wouldn't put themselves in danger to protect their children. Our advice, of course, would always be that calling for help, you know, through the Coast Guard and getting professional help there to do that is the actions that you should take. But if it was my daughter and I thought she was in danger, then you would do whatever you needed to do to save your children, wouldn't you?
Much like Redcar in the north, on the west coast, Weston-super-Mare is a town that prospered from the Victorians' love of the seaside. The pier and the Golden Sands still attract thousands of visitors a year, all kept safe by a 17-strong lifeboat crew.
Right, would you like to get on the boat? Yes, please.
Paul Sargent has volunteered for the Western crew for 5 years and has been balancing dad duties with daughter Addison for almost as long.
Where are we going?
Paxton Park.
Paxton Park? How about we go out there? To the big island?
OK, we're going.
Most challenging would probably be leaving the family, especially late at night, or if you're in the middle of something with the whole family. You've got to say goodbye and you've got to just get your game face on and go and do what you need to. So when the pager goes off, she normally comes running in.
Daddy, your pager's going off. We need to go and say somebody. And then I stay with Mummy, so.
Yeah, you stay with Mummy and Daddy goes. And I always come back, don't I?
And you give me kisses and candles.
You always got to give you kisses and cuddles, haven't we? Every time.
Across the bay from the station is one of the most dangerous parts of their patch. Breen Down is an imposing set of sandstone cliffs that in places tower almost 100 metres above the sea.
Breen Down is a large landmass that sticks out from the edge of the mainland. It's high, it's long, it used to have old sentry point on the end.
There's no guardrails on Breen Down. You can walk right up to the edge. It's a long way down.
A warm April day brings walkers out along the coastal paths. One has fallen down the cliffs on the south side of Breen Down.
Normally, if we hear south side, never is the best thing to be hearing, because you just know of the distance be falling, and you just hope that he is alive or she's alive.
An update comes in from the Coast Guard. The faller is a Labrador.
When we hear about dogs in trouble, the concern really is whether or not the owners are going to go and try and get to the dog, especially on Breen Down. It's very rocky. So the worry is that they're not really thinking about their own safety.
We just don't want the owners to go in to the water, climb down cliff faces, because we don't want to have one person and an animal in trouble. We want just to make sure we can get the animal and give it back to the owner safely.
It's a race to get to the dog before the owners try to rescue him themselves.
Luckily, a Labrador kind of stands out on a rocky outcrop of rocks, so it is quite easy to spot when you come round to the right area.
There it is.
On top of the cliff, 30 feet above, the dog's owners wait helplessly.
We come in and the dog just literally turned his head. As soon as you see that, there's a bit of relief of, right, he is alive. After heading in, I decided to send both of my crew members, just knowing that a Labrador is a big dog.
It's quite high up, so just thinking to ourselves, well, you know, how are we going to get to this dog? It was really rocky, really rocky.
Hey, Woody.
Dogs are not predictable. We've done a few jobs now with dogs, and they could run off the minute you get to them, or they could just sit there and want to be petted and loved. You really don't know what you're going to get with a dog.
Hello. Right, okay.
The dog was incredibly wet, so it looked like he'd had a pretty miraculous escape and landed in the water instead of landing on the rocks first. So he was pretty lucky.
Seems okay at the moment. No, there is some blood. Yeah, his paw looks like he's broken a claw.
You do look up and you think, how have you survived that? I think being a big Labrador, you must have just rolled and bounced off things and was a very lucky animal to come down safely.
The dog, Woody, survived a 30-foot fall into the sea before hauling himself out onto the ledge.
Other than that, looks like he's okay. He's cold and he's shivery, but other than that, no, he's okay.
Now all the crew must do is get him back to his worried owners.
Myself and Dave had both been to a few shouts with dogs, and it was talked about that we were becoming the dog whisperers, because it always seemed to be me and Dave going to the same sort of thing.
Easy now.
The dog was not a slim dog, no. It was quite a big dog. Yeah, very big. Made it difficult for us to get the dog down and then onto the boat.
He's a big boy. Yeah, we got him. Come on, Woody. Come on, Woody.
When he got back to the boat, he didn't want to get in. He was not getting in that boat. He needed a little bit of coaxing.
Come on, Woody. All right.
With Woody safely on board, the crew set a course to reunite him with his family.
We have the dog on board. We are now going to head round to the north side for us to be able to drop him off over. Look at that. Hello.
He seemed to really enjoy himself on that boat ride back. He didn't want to be in there to start with, but once he was on there, he was more than happy.
The dog is part of the family. It's like a child to your family. And yeah, it's the panic, the worry.
It's okay.
I ended up carrying the dog actually off the boat. He was very keen because he's actually spotted his owners further up on the side. So as soon as he saw the owners, he was ready to go.
The owners were incredibly relieved that not only was the dog safe and well, that he was coming back to them that day. The dog was incredibly lucky. It was a good day for the dog and a good day for us, really.
Of the 5,200 lifeboat crew members nationwide, around 500 are female volunteers. Based at Llanwit Major in South Wales, 18-year-old Elizabeth Hostved paved the way for women in the RNLI, qualifying to be the first trained female crew member in 1969. 140 miles away on the north coast of Wales, Dwynwen Parry has been volunteering for 20 years.
I love the sea, but I have 100% respect for it. You never know what it's going to do. I'm always cautious. I always check the weather. I think we're good friends at the moment.
Dwynwen is one of the helms at Malvern Lifeboat Station on the east coast of Anglesey, where sandy beaches, craggy cliffs and rocky coves keep the crew's 2 boats busy all year round.
This here is Envis, our inshore lifeboat, and this one is my baby. This boat is that's why I'm here, I think, kind of attached to it. She will be nearly 10 years old, going out to service soon. I don't cry. I'm harder than that, but I probably will in the corner. Yes, it will be sad, because 10 years is a long time. You do get attached to them.
Men and women can volunteer on inshore lifeboats until the age of 55. After 20 years of bouncing around on the inflatable D-class, Dwynwen's nearing the time to hang up her yellow boots.
Close to retiring, but I'm refusing to retire each year. I don't know why I can't walk away. It's the sea, it's the boats, and it's just being part of this family that we have here as well. And it's knowing that you're actually helping somebody out. So, yeah, I won't be leaving yet. Not for a while.
A sunny May afternoon has drawn families out to the beach. A call from the Coast Guard brings the crew running to the station.
Direct page, which ultimately means it's immediate, it's dangerous, there's life at risk. So with that, I knew that it was kind of serious.
I'll jump on the radio, find out what's going on there.
In the water 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
A young child has been swept out to sea on an inflatable dinghy.
Swam out to the dinghy to try and rescue.
We didn't have an exact location. We were told that it was Dillis Bay, which is a large expanse of water with several different popular beaches.
Do you want to get the big boat ready just in case?
Dinghies we would call our bread and butter. It's what we do kind of day in, day out. It's our most popular type of rescue. As soon as the kids get in the dinghies and get within a few hundred metres offshore, they lose the protection of the land and the wind catches them and just takes them straight offshore.
Ready when you are.
When you hear that it's kids in the water, you notch up, not just a gear, you notch up a couple of gears. Your senses are heightened. And especially having children of my own, it now adds to that pressure and that priority of getting there quickly.
At the helm, Dwynwen pushes the D-class to its top speed of 25 knots. The crew still don't have an exact location and have nearly 3 kilometres of coastline to search.
My only guess is you slip right. But if it's on his Carpinario, I guess it's there where those hooks are.
It's time critical for us because the water's that cold. At that time of year, the water's maybe 11, 12 degrees. So when you enter the water, you initially take a big gasp where the body goes into shock, being exposed to such cold temperatures. You've got the potential then to inhale water, to take a mouthful, which then creates a reaction of its own. You start to panic.
I can't see anything ahead. There's a dinghy or something to the left there.
There's a guy on the rock there.
As they scour the beaches along the coast, there's still no sign of anyone in trouble.
It's got to be that one.
I can't see no one here.
There's nobody here.
You're trying to guess where they are just by the information they give you over the radio.
While the crew search, from the beach, a family friend of the boy watches as his wife and friends swim after the dinghy being pulled out to sea.
I think the thing that struck me the most was that this, in my mind, was the safest beach in the world. It was shallow, there was very little wind, the waves were just small and lapping, But yet there's this dinghy just got pulled out, and I could not understand how it happened. It just watched it sort of move away from me, and it didn't make any sense. I was utterly helpless because I could see something unfolding in front of me, but I had no ability to influence the outcome. I thought I was going to lose my wife. I had those thoughts. Yeah, and I was thinking, how am I going to cope without her? You know, in a very brief moment of time, you go through this whole scenario of life without your wife.
Probably a Coast Guard mobile, but that's all received. Can you try and ascertain as to exactly which beach they're on, which beach they're coming to, over?
14 minutes after launching, the crew are still searching.
When we got closer, we actually passed the beach that it happened, going towards the estuary, and then we spotted them by the beach.
Yeah, it's going to be them. Make it out ready. Yeah. You all right holding the boat, Goof, yeah? Oh, yeah.
By the time the crew arrive on the beach, the two women who swam out have rescued the boy and managed to get back to shore.
The first thing was getting the story straight. Who'd been in the water, who needed our help.
How are you doing?
It's cold.
Extremely cold.
I feel a bit sick.
Feel a bit sick. What's your name?
Caroline.
Caroline. I'm Vince, Caroline.
The boy is safe. The crew's concerns now turn to his two rescuers.
It was clear that the two ladies were our priorities.
Apart from feeling cold, do you feel well? Any chest pains?
No.
Nothing at all, you sure?
Yeah, it's good.
Just extremely cold.
With anybody that's been in the water that have made it back to shore themselves, they're not in the clear, they're not safe. First of all is hypothermia, the effects on the body following the cold water immersion.
Okay, you just try and keep your breathing nice and steady for me. You're breathing a little bit too fast for my liking.
It was quite clear that these ladies were extremely cold.
Okay, and how are you feeling?
Just weird and freezing.
Just weird and freezing. Well, what we're going to do now, I'm going to get some blankets from the boat. We'll get you wrapped up, try and get you warm.
As I assessed the second person and Dwinman was helping me, I realised quite quickly that they were on the border of being hypothermic.
You tell me if you start to feel faint or dizzy at all, okay?
Yeah, faint, that's all right.
You're feeling faint?
I can't really, couldn't stand up or walk.
Okay.
There's some severe shakes going.
Yeah. Just,
Can I have a look at me? We see many casualties that suffer from cold water shock, but I will say that I've never experienced anybody suffer and shake as much as that lady did that day. What's your name again?
Caroline.
Caroline and Debbie.
Caroline.
Check a cap refill again for me, Dwin.
The effect of somebody warming a hypothermic casualty up too quickly can lead to low blood pressure, but ultimately you've got the potential to cause heart attack or cardiac arrest, purely because the body just can't cope with the thermal shock or the thermal changes within the body.
Anybody who doesn't need to be around, can we just move people away? Because what we're going to have to do is just try and get rid of your wet layers, I think, and just try and get you wrapped up in as best we can.
I put my dry clothes on.
You have put your... Right, that's fine. And you've still got saturated jeans, haven't you?
Yeah. Oh,
and they're nice and cold.
Yeah.
I think you've got the energy to be able to undo your pants at the top and pull them down.
Yeah.
Or if you're not that particular, we can cut them.
Oh no.
I thought you'd react a bit more positively if I said that. Right, you keep your feet up for me while I pull it to the end of the bag.
The crew add insulating layers to slowly bring up the women's temperature.
You feeling okay at the moment, Carolyn?
Yeah.
Carolyn and her friend Debbie were spending a day on the beach with their kids and looking after a friend's son when they noticed the inflatable boat the children were playing on was being blown out to sea.
I'd said to his mum when we were coming down to the beach, "Oh, I'll look after him, you know I will, because I know him so well." And she said, yeah, she trusted me. So I was just like, oh my goodness, this is Ruben, I've got to get to him and bring him back. And I just thought, I can just wade in and get them. But the further I waded in, the more the boat kept going out. So it was just like, oh my goodness, what's happening here? So it was quite a scary situation quite quickly, really. There was one point I just thought, I can't do this. This is just too hard. It was just like, phew, you're cold. And we were really shivering, really shivering. I've never felt so cold, ever. My fingers went numb, my toes went numb. I was breathing too fast, but I knew that was me trying to warm up, and it just took over. That was a scary thing. Phew, oh, it was just like you've been slapped in the face.
Suddenly stopped shivering.
I know, you've got colour back to your face now.
After 20 minutes of treatment, Carolyn and Debbie's temperature begins to return to normal.
Your cheeks have just gone nice and rosy, yeah, which is the desired effect.
With the women out of danger, Dwynwen's thoughts turn to the inflatable dinghy that caused it all.
You hear what she said then?
What's that?
It's giving me the right to put a knife to.
Oh, last one before you retire?
I'm retiring, so I'm going for the most dinghies that I can slash this year.
We've been out to numerous rescues that involve dinghies, and it takes seconds for the circumstance to change. You know, you can be sat on the beach, enjoying yourself, having a good time with your family, and not realise that your children in the dinghy that you've got your backs turned to are being blown offshore.
What's my record? 9 in one summer.
Go on then, you've done mine.
9 times out of 10, I normally put a knife in them. They call me Slasher Parry.
Can you get the truck to there? No.
The fastest way to get the casualties to the Coast Guard vehicles to warm up is a quick trip on the lifeboat.
As well. 1, 2, 3. That's it. You keep the petticoat up.
When the lifeboat crew saw that we were well enough to be able to walk, we had to step into the sea, and that was just quite shocking.
Okay.
I forgotten how cold it was.
And you've been swimming in that? Right, come to this left-hand side.
The water was absolutely freezing. I couldn't believe that I'd been swimming in that for 20 minutes, and to just put your feet in it was just ice cold.
It just happens so easy, doesn't it? And that natural instinct is to go for a swim and try and do what you can, but...
It totally seemed like the right thing to do. Every part of my body wanted to help. I mean, how do you stay on a shore and watch your friend's child disappear onto the horizon?
Because I just dived in, so did you, didn't you?
Yeah.
I would never dream of going swimming at this time of year.
No.
I took the bra off, though. Did you? I don't know why.
She said she didn't hesitate to jump in the water and swim, but before she did, she took her bra off. Fantastic.
The biggest mistake they perhaps made as adults was to enter the water and swim out to try and rescue their own children without the proper equipment. But was that the wrong thing to do? As a lifeboat crew, yes. As a parent, no. I think any parent would do the same.
With hindsight, I now know from the RNLI that the most sensible thing would have been to leave Reuben waiting for the lifeboat, and they would have reached him. But I can't 100% say that I wouldn't do it again. I think my instinct would be exactly the same.
Spoiled, we've got 2 vehicles to put you in. Still chilly, but feeling better.
I would say they were extremely lucky. It could have been worse. The children could have been out further, even 200-300 yards further. Would she have got to them? Probably not.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
The lifeboat crew saved our lives, no doubt. They may not have saved my life, but they saved my life as a family.
I don't think it'll be the first of the weekend.
Just a month after falling foul of the spring sea temperatures, Carolyn, who swam out to rescue the boy, is back on the beach for the first time since the incident.
I still think about the day. I think about Mofa a lot. I feel really connected to the place and still to the sea, really. I'd let the kids go out on boats again, definitely. But it'd have to be secure and, you know, well trained, and they had life jackets on. And but yeah, no, not another dinghy on the sea.
Across the Irish Sea in Howth, Caoimhe is also determined not to let her experience stop her enjoying the sea.
I went out, I think, a week or two later for my July sailing course. So it wasn't too long. I was straight back into the boat.
Can you try and get all those leaves out, Quiver? It was good that she did get out very quickly afterwards, and she's still as enthusiastic as she was before, even if not more. It has given a lot more respect for the sea, and you do worry again when she goes out. You don't take anything for granted anymore. You know, you check everything out, double check it before you go out, and it works as a reminder.
My leg is literally hanging off.
My concern with moving him was that he could lose the foot.
To make a decision that affects a casualty is one thing. To make a decision that could potentially affect the safety of your own crew, that's another.
I remember one wave nearly sweeping me out of the back of the boat. It was pretty scary.
We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. For many, it's a playground. For others, it's where we earn our living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant. And when accidents happen, they happen very fast.
On the sea, you have to expect the unexpected. It will just turn around and bite you.
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of nearly 5,000 ordinary people.
When the pager goes off, we don't know what the shout is, where it is, how many people are involved. It could be anything.
Where do you feel the pain, Alex?
My back of my leg and my neck.
Stuart, just hold the boat.
I am so thankful that they came.
Things could have turned out to be a lot worse.
I've had people drown in front of me. Before we've got there, that person's gone.
Calm down, you're okay, pal.
Equipped with their own cameras.
My light flashing. That's mine.
The crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it. Speeding through the roughest weather, searching for people who may only have moments to live. For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
The decisions we make on a lifeboat can all mean the difference between life or death.
The sea, sands and rocky shores around the coast of the UK and Ireland are a magnet for pleasure seekers. From the bucket and spade brigade to an army of extreme sports enthusiasts. Nowhere more so than here in Torbay on the south coast of Devon.
In terms of the marine users that we have in Brixham and Torbay, there's a couple of marinas, so there's lots of pleasure boats, so lots of yachts and speedboats. It's a bit of a hive of activity.
The summer season in Brixham kicks off in May with one of their busiest weekends of the year.
The atmosphere around Brixfest is normally really sort of a party type atmosphere. People are around the harbour side. It's a great day out and good entertainment.
As well as the crowds in town, a sailing regatta fills the bay with pleasure craft.
The sight that you see when looking out across Torbay, whether it be modern sailing boats or the historical heritage sailing boats, is a fantastic sight to see, and you wouldn't get it anywhere else in the world.
I'd gone down with my family to look at the heritage boats. We popped into the lifeboat station and I heard over the VHF radio a female voice say the word Mayday.
You pick me up, I'll get the anti-locks, mate.
A Mayday distress call means a life-threatening emergency at sea. The D-class lifeboat is on the water in 3 minutes.
Got it, okay.
The only information the crew have is that someone somewhere in the bay needs urgent medical attention.
I knew that we needed to get out there quickly. The problem was I didn't know where there was.
As we round the end of breakwater, keep an eye out for any boats, anybody waving, all right, because they're not quite sure where they are at the moment, all right?
The problem is the casualty's boat could be anywhere in the 3 square miles of the bay.
It was a very busy day on the water, lots of boats, lots of people taking part in the sailing regatta, so actually pinpointing the individual casualty was quite difficult.
It's Torbay inshore lifeboats, channel 16, over.
As we were making way, I was on the radio trying to extract any more information that we could.
2 yachts collided.
It was apparent that there'd been some sort of collision.
2 boats over there.
As we came clear of the breakwater, a couple of the heritage boats were sort of pointing us in the right direction.
Yeah, I can see you on our boat. We'll be with you in 30 seconds.
5 minutes after launching, they spot one of the boats involved in the collision. An injured man is lying prone on the deck.
Solent Coast Guard Torbay will be with the casualty. Let's get on board with them, so let's see what we've got. Right, I've got here. Yeah. Don't mind me, you keep steering us ashore. Yeah, how you doing, okay? I've got some pain relief for you.
Oh, good.
Can I just get round there?
I've got my half thumb on his femoral.
Oh, have you?
You want me to let
it's
go?
Bleeding out, is he?
It
All right.
is.
All right, let me come round. I'll get round the back.
The casualty has suffered severe trauma to his lower leg and is bleeding heavily.
Where are you actually bleeding from? Is it just your ankle?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't realise quite how serious the injury was until I asked the casualty if he could elevate his leg to stem the blood flow.
Too much pain? Okay.
Well, foot's loose. Both bones gone.
Yeah, okay.
He said to me that he wasn't able to do that because really all that was holding his foot on was the skin and the tissue. His foot had been pretty well all but amputated.
Can you get hold of Coast Guards, tell the injury is the leg has separated and there is bleeding and we'll go to the ferry pontoon.
The collision has severed 2 arteries in the casualty's lower leg. All that's preventing fatal blood loss is the pressure being applied by his crewmate. It's keeping him alive, but it's also cutting off the blood supply to his foot.
This injury was severe and could be potentially life-changing, and it really escalated the assistance that we needed and the medical care that we needed to give the casualty the best opportunity possible.
The coxswain has our best access. The lifeboat pontoon would be the best possible place to get out. I repeat, the lifeboat pontoon.
Usually the crew would transfer the casualty into the faster lifeboat to get him to medical help as quickly as possible.
My concern with moving him was that he could basically lose the foot.
Yeah.
His foot was barely still attached. So that was part of my decision making to leave him where he was, and the boat would motor in with him on board.
Unwilling to risk moving him, Ray must keep the casualty stable for the journey back to shore on the slower yacht.
Put it in there and take a nice deep breath. Right, what we'll do is take you on our pontoon.
The casualty, 66-year-old James, had been sailing with his friend Clive and wife Sally when the 2 boats collided.
It was almost like slow motion. I could just see this boat had a huge, long bowsprit on it, and it was just coming closer and closer and closer. But then suddenly, it seemed to accelerate, and then it went straight into the boat.
Yeah.
All I could see was just sort of blood and his foot and leg underneath just sort of lying at a completely distorted angle. And I just screamed.
Right, what we'll do is...
I screamed from Clive because I knew that Clive, with his naval training, would know what to do.
And it'll be very easy to get you off there.
Torbay lifeboat, Torbay ILB, all copied.
Control at the stage. Okay.
I could see that the bowsprit, that's the round pole at the front of the boat, had gone through his leg and then had carried on and was halfway across the inside of the boat. And it was still resting on the last bit of skin at the bottom of his leg.
I was helming back and I was shaking, completely shaking, so my whole focus was on helming the boat, keeping it in a straight line and making for the RNLI station. I had enough confidence at that point in Clive that he was doing the right thing.
I knew that I had two things to do. One was to put a bandage round his foot to stop it falling off. And I knew I had to stop the bleeding, otherwise we wouldn't make it back to the lifeboat station in time. I knew at that time it was a couple of minutes of dying.
If you can, Rob, aim to get the boat alongside that black fender there, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, where the casualty is.
Right, OK. James, we're coming alongside the lifeboat pontoon. Right. We're going to try and bring it this side too.
This side, OK.
Yeah, if there's any doubt, we're going to stop.
We're coming alongside, we don't want to get too tight, right, because the casualty's just down here.
20 minutes after the collision, they make it back to harbour, only to discover the ambulance they were expecting to meet them is still fighting its way through the festival traffic.
The vessel is alongside lifeboat pontoon, as well as ourselves. Have you got an update on the ETA of the ambulance, please, over?
Negative at this time. We'll confirm and get back to you as soon as possible.
They must keep James stable until it arrives. But every minute his severed foot is left with no blood supply increases the risk he may lose it.
OK.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, right about that. Where is the ambulance, mate?
They're trying to find an update for me. I haven't got time on it, mate.
I take it this is your wife, is it?
Yeah.
So what's your name, my love?
Sally.
Sally, if we can take Sally back to the boat, I'll just make her a cup of tea, please.
Yeah. Danny, please don't look. Danny, I love you too. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm in good hands.
He won't be going anywhere without you, don't worry.
I was led to go to the RNLI house, but I was still shaking and still in shock. And then they said that they weren't going, they weren't going to lie and say it was all right, that it was serious, and that, they thought that he might lose his leg at that point.
Yeah, my leg is literally hanging off.
Don't worry, we'll do the work. You just lie still.
I think he's here now.
5 minutes after mooring at the pontoon, the paramedics arrive.
This is James. James is a bit of a mess.
I'm in trouble, yeah. I had a bowsprit drive straight through my leg, I'm afraid.
Do we want to get the legs together or not?
It's not held on with very much.
No. It's only on with a little bit of skin.
I'll keep breathing if I were you. Trust me.
With James's condition critical, there's no time to risk the traffic getting him to hospital. An air ambulance is called in. The next problem is how to get him off the boat without further damaging his foot.
You want to try someone just lift him?
OK, I've got the stern here, so you can pull it.
Have a twist.
The adrenaline was wearing off. I think the bit of the shock was wearing off, and he realised that he was now in pain.
Has he had any morphine yet?
No, not yet. We need to make sure that he's...
Can he have some more anti-locks then, before we move him?
I think one of the key things is not to show, if you possibly can, that what you're seeing is quite horrific, because that way the casualty remains calm.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Right. Keep still, mate. Keep still. Okay, keep going. Perfect. Well done, team.
Hello, James. My name's Nick. This is my colleague Adrian in the other red pyjamas. We're going to look after you. Get you down to hospital. Has it bled lots? Yeah, bled lots, hasn't it? Well, let these two guys have a little look if there's any sort of pulse. It looks a bit dusky, mate, is all I'm looking at.
The fact that they couldn't find any blood supply at the top of his foot, coupled with the fact that both his bones had been smashed, the worst case for this casualty was still losing his foot.
One hour after the collision, James is flown to a specialist trauma hospital in Plymouth, 26 miles away, where he's rushed into emergency surgery.
I looked down and could see something I don't really like to remember, which was broken bones, my leg all at an angle, 2 arteries spurting blood and bits of, skin and bone all over the place, and thought, not good. It's a bit like your leg being blown off by a cannonball, in fact, and that's what the naval doctors in Derriford Hospital said, we got a Nelson chop here. I was in pain, but I was able to think past the pain to survival, essentially. I think survival comes top of your thinking, having never done this before. It's super rational, super sort of, let's get this sorted.
Well, that was not quite what we bargained for this afternoon.
No. When you're faced with a casualty like that, where potentially they could have life-changing or life-threatening injuries, you've got a job to do, and you've had the training, and you get on and do it.
When somebody's in their moment of need, being able to help them and being able to bring those people back to safety and being able to be part of that process is incredibly rewarding.
Today, the lion's share of call-outs are to leisure users.
We'll pull you off the rocks and we'll sort you out from there, OK?
But when the lifeboats were first launched 190 years ago, their bread and butter work was rescuing commercial craft and fishermen.
We'll just put an iron end of that so it'll fit over that timber head. OK?
Flamborough in North Yorkshire has had a fishing fleet since the 13th century, with open-top fishing cobbles launching from 2 bays either side of a huge weather-beaten bluff, Flamborough Head.
One side of the headland can be rough seas, unpredictable waves, complete carnage, where the other side will be flat calm and there'll be no waves at all. It's really, really strange.
Since 2009, an Atlantic-class inshore lifeboat has been based on the sheltered South Landing, nearly 2 miles from the rugged North Bay.
We have a big difference between the South Bay and the North Bay. Because we're so well protected by the headland to the north, we don't really get a lot of big seas within the bay.
Working these seas is a risky business. The seabed is littered with the wrecks of thousands of boats lost off this stretch of coast over the years. One incident in the early 20th century affected the local community more than most.
In 1909, the fishing fleet of Flamborough set sail. It was a relatively fine morning when they left. North Landing was the main fishing beach, really, of Flamborough at that time. So they set their lines to the west of North Landing and to the east of North Landing. The weather changed suddenly. A ferocious sea from the north came in. The boats that had gone to the east of North Landing, they made it round into Bridlington Bay. But the boats that had gone to the west of North Landing, as they came back into shore, they were greeted by breaking waves. The waves were just overpowering for the boats.
The fishing boats, the Gleaner and the 2 brothers, capsized on the rocks off North Landing.
At that time, Flamborough had 2 lifeboats, and on the day of the disaster, both boats were launched with extra rowers to try and save the men in the water, but unable to get to them, just by the ferocity of the sea.
All 6 of the men on the fishing boats lost their lives that day, including Stuart's great-grandfather.
At that time, every family in Flamborough was probably a fisherman or something to do with fishing. So it was a sad day for the whole of the fishing community on this coast.
In October, the seas here can be at their most unpredictable.
I'd finished work early. I knew there was some surf up the coast. I was going to pick up my gear and go for a surf. But obviously, that took a back seat and I diverted to South Landing.
The lifeboat crew have been paged. Someone's in trouble in the sea at the foot of the cliffs at North Landing.
This was the first time I'd attended a person in the water. It wasn't until I actually turned up at the boathouse that Tom was already on the boat and he said person in the water, and I started to panic a bit.
When called to North Landing, the Flamborough disaster can be subconsciously at the back of your mind, knowing that the conditions can change.
We're after this one. All right, we're all right.
For this person to be in North Landing in a northerly sea that time of year was not a good scenario to be going to.
We left that day and it was like a mill pond in the South Bay here. And then as we got to the corner there at the lighthouse, we could see the big northerly swell rolling in.
The waves were very different in both frequency, power and height. If somebody was in the water in conditions like that, unless help arrived to them very quickly or they knew a way out themselves, the chances of survival are very slim.
After an 8-minute dash around Flamborough Head, the crew come into the northerly bay. The Humberside Coast Guard helicopter is already on the scene.
It wasn't until we got to North Landing that we got the confirmation off the Coast Guard that the casualty had got out of the water and climbed into a cave.
Although he's out of the water, the man is far from safe and could still be swept out by the waves.
We could see this guy in the cave there, he was sort of waving at us, but it was a cave that went nowhere. It just went in about 6 feet. And we went in, had a look, and we saw it was all overhung from above.
The cave is only just above sea level, and the overhanging cliff means the helicopter can't winch him out.
When the Coast Guard helicopter told us they couldn't reach a casualty, it definitely upped the ante. The tide was ever rising, and that just meant more water reaching into the cove, which would eventually swill in and out of the cave, pulling him into the water as well.
There is a slight temptation to just think, right, we'll just put the head of the boat to the cliff, get a jump on, and we'll be out of here. But as the tide was pushing in, just got to reflect and stand back for a couple of seconds, actually look at the environment, look at the sea conditions, and think, no, this needs a little bit more planning.
The Coast Guard helicopter stands by above, while Stuart prepares for a manoeuvre known as veering down.
It's a method of laying an anchor rope from the bow out to sea, and then once we have a good strong bite on the seabed, we'll take the boat backwards towards the cliff.
But in swell this big, attempting to veer down brings its own risks.
Taking the boat sideways into the cliff could damage an engine by hitting a rock, you know, misjudge the casualty getting into the boat and injury to the casualty. We've got engines running at the back with propellers spinning around, you know. That's the last thing he needs to be meeting.
Reversing through the breaking surf, Stuart must time his approach perfectly.
We were very close, but then I just pulled back after seeing a set of waves coming through. So we pulled back, let them pass.
I remember one wave coming over the bow and nearly sweeping me out of the back of the boat. It just flooded the boat. It was pretty scary.
As we were making our attempts at veering down, the casualty kept signalling with his arms, as if he wanted to swim out to us. I was giving him hand gestures. It was like, no, stay there, don't do it, whatever you do.
Despite the crew's warnings, the casualty scrambles down the cliff face. As Stuart finally manages to manoeuvre the lifeboat near the cave, he suddenly makes his move.
Casualty signalled to his mates on the beach with a bit of a cocky fist pump, and it was like, mate, sit down. You're not in any position to be bursting. Get sat down now.
And Stuart just wanted to get us out of there as quick as he possibly could. So it gave me the order to cut the anchor warp. Just got the knife, cut the warp front of the bow, and then as soon as that was cut, he could motor us out there as quickly as he possibly could.
On the way back to shore, the casualty reveals he'd been visiting the area for the day and was dared to jump off the 100-foot cliff by his friends.
I really do think that they just didn't realise, looking from above, how dangerous that was. And then when he realised, I can't get out of this, I can't swim against this, no one could swim against that. Yeah, he was lucky to get to where he got to.
This shout could have ended badly. If the guy that had jumped in hit a rock or it had been smashed up against the cliff, you know, the outcome could have been very, very different.
I think some people don't realise the position that they've been in. They just see that they've got lucky. You know, they've made it that day, but they haven't taken into consideration that, you know, these 4 people have actually risked their life, and what effort has actually gone into recovering somebody who's done such a stupid act.
He was taken upstairs in the boathouse where he was warmed up, and I think he was told in there a few times of how not to behave on the coast.
Across the country, lifeboat crews and lifeguards are always on hand to help when the great British public end up all at sea.
I mean, there are some crazy people out there doing some crazy things.
Whoa!
I think people see it as a bit of a playground.
Do you want to pass the kids up?
I think it's just the general British public, isn't it? It's who we are as people. We like a good time and don't think of the risks before we do it, usually.
Hey, old fella! What are you doing out here?
They sort of buy these boats off eBay or whatever, and they go out there with having no clue whatsoever.
We have the casualty safely on board in a small £10 dinghy, no safety equipment.
And it's not just the tourists. We get things from broken down boats, boats that haven't been serviced through the winter or stood through the winter.
It's still got the same petrol in it from last year. Unbeknownst to a lot of people, petrol does go off.
We try to be non-judgmental when we come across people. Yeah, people get into trouble, but we tend to give people advice rather than judge their mistakes.
Sorry, guys. That's all right, it's not a problem. I feel like such a prat.
Some people are quite embarrassed coming in, getting to the pride, but at the end of the day, someone has to do it. They were in trouble, so we're more than happy to help.
Lying on the coast of South Wales is the small seaside town of Porthcawl.
OK, I'm going to go up there and drop the engine down.
The crew here are the second busiest in the region, launching into the Bristol Channel 86 times last year alone.
Coastline here is particularly tricky. We've got a lot of shallow patches, sandbanks, rocks, and we get big surf as well, so you kind of got a mixed bag here.
One of the most dangerous parts of their patch are the cliffs of the Ogmore Deeps.
It's probably one of the most popular fishing places in the area, you know. It's perfectly flat rocks to fish off. It's just a bit treacherous getting there, you know.
This stretch of rocky coast attracts fishermen from all over the country.
Ogmore Deeps is a beautiful place. It's a very popular place and a place that is lovely to be. It's just a place that when it goes wrong, it will go very wrong.
A warm August day. The lifeboat station receives an emergency call.
Hardy's feet. Round on the rocks.
OK.
We were coming back from a tasking, so we were on the lifeboat already when we were requested to launch and assist with a man who had fallen from a cliff. And that was about all the information we had.
The casualty is over 2 miles away on the Hardy's Bay side of the Deeps.
When it comes through as a faller at Ogmore Deeps, there's no beach there. It's just all rocks and cliff faces. So so when they come through, we know that it's going to be kind of be a bad one, you know.
The terrain there is particularly tricky. It's needle-sharp rocks, and then they're leading up to cliff face. People die when it goes wrong at Ogmore Deeps.
The crew have been told that the man fell while fishing and has a possible spinal injury.
As soon as you hear the words spinal injury, you know that's potentially life-changing. And that's when you know that every decision that you make could have a lasting effect on that person. That really, really, really piles on the pressure.
Yeah, land main to 06, Portugal Lifeboat, over.
After a 6-minute sprint to the scene, the crew spot the casualty on the cliff top.
Lifeboat, for information, if you head Witches Point side of the deep, over.
The crew need to get to the casualty with first aid equipment as quickly as possible. But the swell and the rocky shore make it too dangerous to get the Atlantic in any closer.
Last in. Yeah. B. Yeah. And hit me.
You want me to go as well?
3 crew members, B, Chris and Martin, must now swim to the rocky shoreline in breaking surf with a 7-foot-long 10-kilo stretcher and 2 first aid kits.
To make a decision that affects a casualty is one thing. To make a decision that could potentially affect the safety of your own crew, that's another. And you've got to be able to go home each night and know that you've done the right thing.
Watch yourself, boys. Drop there. Not going to stretch off, no?
B.
B. Have you got a radio? Yeah.
It's only a 12-metre swim, but the crew are soon battling a big sea swell and strong currents.
It's not easy at all. It's a lot of kit. Even the life jacket when you're trying to swim can be pretty restrictive, so trying to swim in the surf with a first aid kit and a stretcher is pretty hard work, yeah.
Reaching land, B, Chris and Martin now have to scale a 10-metre high cliff face in full kit.
It only takes one slip and you back off the rocks, and you know the tide is pretty strong and you could end up 100 metres down the beach within a couple of seconds, you know, so yeah, it's pretty risky business.
Reaching the top of the cliff face, they find the casualty.
Hello, sir. How are you? My name's Martin. What's that? Pain. Whereabouts the pain?
Top of me back.
Top of his back. He's had a fall, landed on his head. Okay.
The casualty has fallen backwards down a rocky escarpment and can't move his back or neck.
Okay. No problem. Just keep nice and still for us. Just stay nice and still, okay? We'll sort the rest out now.
It was clear that he'd fallen from a distance. He's an elderly chap, and to fall the distance he'd fallen, in the area he'd fallen, was quite clearly going to do damage.
Can you get the first aid kit and the casualty check card? Portugal Lifeboat, Portugal Lifeboat Mobile.
Lifeboat Mobile, Lifeboat, go ahead.
Yeah, casualty has head injury and suspect spinal.
When we arrive at a situation where you've got a casualty with potentially life-changing injuries, and it's just you and your crew, it can be a lonely place.
He's fallen approximately 40 feet. We're just going to start casualty care.
You can look left, you can look right. There's no help coming for a little while, so you've got to make do with what you've got.
Is the pain getting worse, or is it staying the same?
Getting worse.
It's getting worse. Okay.
Roger, confirm that the casualty had fallen 40 feet.
With an injury like this, the crew can't risk stretchering the casualty down the rocks to the lifeboat. An ambulance is on its way to the top of the cliffs.
I can't turn my head.
Oh, well, don't do it then.
For us now, all right? That's it.
There you go.
The crew believe he may have broken his neck.
Chris's role was to hold the head, which is essentially the most important job at that time.
This was my first spinal injury, shall we, so yeah, there's a fair amount of pressure with a casualty like that, you know. I mean, it's kind of on us, you know. If you only got to move them half an inch, you know, and you can cause some serious damage, you know. So yeah, we just got to keep them really still until we can extract them.
Ambulances are directly above.
Real Chris, do you need to know about?
10 minutes after the lifeboat arrives, the Coast Guard and ambulance make it to the cliff top. But there's no road access down to the rocks.
Yeah, they're not going to find us, so I'm going to go up to the road.
Roger. Paramedics are at the top there, coming down.
Just to reassure you, they're on their way now, okay?
Ho! Ho!
After a 15-minute search, B finally locates the paramedics and the Coast Guard.
So he's fallen around about 30 to 40 feet. He's complaining of excruciating pain down his neck, towards his back.
Where's it? Don't move. Try and keep as still as you can, mate. Rest, your breaths.
You doing all right?
How far we got? Just my shoulders, my arms.
Okay, just nice and still. And
Ow!
Oh, pain there.
Yeah.
It's going down.
Yeah. Ow. That's it there.
Okay, yeah, he's got central pain, yes. We've got a copper collar on him, guys.
Assessing the casualty, the paramedics decide his injuries are too serious to stretcher him up the cliffs to the road.
Every time he moved, he was screaming in agony. Yeah, so yeah, he was the potential of too much risk of injury. So it was at that point we called for medical evacuation via the chopper.
The Coast Guard helicopter has been scrambled and soon arrives on the scene. To get him safely to hospital, the casualty must be winched up to the helicopter while moving him as little as possible. To minimize the movement, the pilot hovers low above the rocks and the emergency crews.
Luckily, I'd done a few training operations with the helicopter beforehand, so I was pretty comfortable underneath the chopper, but it still gets pretty gnarly underneath that chopper when it's 10 foot above you.
The casualty was flown to hospital in Cardiff, where they discovered he'd fractured 2 vertebrae in his neck.
When you've got somebody with spinal injuries, there's a massive weight of responsibility. If we got it wrong, it would have catastrophic effects on the casualty.
One of the fractured vertebrae was millimeters from severing the spinal cord. But the speed of the emergency services response prevented any further damage.
You can be having the worst day, the worst work day, the worst whatever day. You go out there, help a casualty, get them extracted away, and get them into safety. You've got a buzz for a good 12, 24 hours. Yeah, there's no other feeling like it.
We're behind. We're going. And you're holding it. No, you're meant to hold it.
Keep going.
To know that you've made a difference to somebody, to know that you've helped and done the best you can, really does give a sense of satisfaction.
Get on, get on, get on, get on.
All of us, we just all want to help people, basically. We all absolutely love the water, and we're kind of not happy unless we're out at sea helping people out.
A 150 miles away on the south coast, where the River Ada meets the English Channel, Shoreham Lifeboat Station is set within a working harbour.
We have a pretty busy port, so there's a fair few commercial fishermen. We've also got a lot of leisure activity. We've got jet skis, kayakers, sailing clubs. I think we've got pretty much every possible use of the sea being utilised here.
Thursday night at Shoreham is station cleaning night. And it's the newer recruits who have to shoulder the dirty work. 18-year-old Isabel is one of the youngest members of the crew.
As soon as I turned 17, I joined the lifeboat. I followed in my dad's footsteps. So yeah, the third generation.
Isabel's dad, Simon, also known as Tuggy, is a second coxswain here.
Hello, babe.
All right. Yeah.
You all done?
Yeah.
Well done. I'll write out to you, please.
While her grandfather, Jeff, was a crew member for 41 years.
Oh, yeah, I'll clean Granddad's plaque for him.
Yeah.
Quick, join up.
My mum and dad always knew that I was going to join up. I was always very keen. There wasn't an option. I was always going to join the lifeboat and follow in my family footsteps. They're like my second family, the crew, and they'll look after me because they've seen me grow up.
When not on cleaning duty, Isabel is studying for her A-levels.
This is the staff car park that I'm allowed to park in. I'm the only student allowed to park here because if my pager goes off, it allows me to leave quicker.
As well as her parking privileges, Isabel's also allowed to have certain mobile devices out in class.
I genuinely do love it when you go off. You literally look like a superhero. When we were in the common room, you literally took your pager out, looked at it, grabbed your stuff and was like, I have to go, and you ran.
A cold April evening. A call comes in. A man has been sighted struggling in the water in the mouth of the River Ada. Isabel is one of the first volunteers to arrive.
I remember running in and the helm telling me to get kitted up, and the adrenaline started pumping. I don't think I've ever got kitted up so quick in my life.
I decided to take Isabel on the shout because I felt it would be a good experience, and an extra pair of eyes when you're searching for someone is never a bad thing. If I'd known a bit more about the job we were going to when we launched, then that would have changed my decision.
5 minutes after the call comes in, Shoreham's inshore lifeboat launches into the darkness and heads upriver.
There's definitely a small window of opportunity to find someone conscious when you first launch for the person in the water. Obviously, the longer they're there, the worse their condition's going to get if they can't get themselves out or someone else can't get there before us.
Water temperatures in the river are below 6 degrees. The crew may only have minutes to find the man before he succumbs to cold and shock.
It's pretty hard to spot a person in the river. I mean, there's lots of little bits of buoyage and stuff like that, and rubbish that could be misinterpreted for a person. At the end of the day, you're only looking for someone's head. So it's like trying to spot a football in the dark, really.
This is Isabel's first shout to a person in the water.
I do worry sometimes what the job is, and I do worry if I'm going to be able to cope with it, as I am quite young. I do worry if I'll be up to it and be able to do it. There is a lot of questions running through my head.
When you've got a fairly young crew member, you kind of have to sort of keep one eye on them. Not to make sure they're doing their right job, because they are most of the time, but just to be a little bit more concerned about their well-being.
3 minutes after launching, they spot a struggling figure clinging to the riverbank.
Okay, mate. All right, mate. You okay? It's all right. Don't worry. Calm. Be calm. It's cool. Yeah, but just give us a second. We'll come and get you. Where have you come from, mate?
Go round from there.
Okay.
When we came up to him, he was pretty incoherent. He was moaning, clearly drunk. And when we got close, we could see he had blood all over his face.
Jack, we're here to help you. I just need to make
gloves out here, please.
Put my own mind up. How have you ended up in here? Have you got anything on you that could harm us in any way?
He didn't speak particularly fluent English, so it was quite difficult to establish communication with him. My main concern was how he'd ended up in the water and why he was covered in blood. I was trying to ask whether he posed a threat to us or whether he had anything that might hurt us on his person, but he didn't really understand, so he didn't answer.
Yeah, okay, mate.
Deciding the risks to the man is greater than the danger he may pose to them. The crew attempt to get him on board.
How long have you been in the water, chap?
You speak Russian, maybe? Don't speak Russian.
No.
I remember trying to talk to him and trying to keep him calm. When they're drunk, cold and in shock, you can never predict how they're going to be. It does worry me if they're going to get aggressive, because I'm not the biggest of persons.
My friend, my boat.
Tell he's really distressed. He was obviously quite intoxicated. You don't see it on a day-to-day basis. As a trainee, I would have been a bit unnerved, I think.
Hello, my friend, because my...
Your friend?
You, yeah.
Is anyone else in the water?
Yeah.
Yes. Kenzie, there's someone else in the water, mate.
Is there?
Yeah, there's someone else in the water.
That's me.
So let's get that searchlight in the river.
You never want to hear that there's another person missing when you've just found the one person that you've gone there to find, because obviously you've potentially gone at the same time, so that amount of time that you've spent rescuing that first person has already lapsed for that second person.
We'll be clear, there is one person unaccounted for.
Very big man. Very crazy.
Keep scanning all the way down this wall.
Where is your boat?
Looking down these bits.
My body going... Red boat, red.
Red sailing boat.
This guy then started to describe they were on a red sailing ship. So we're headed up the river.
As well,
Right, there's a boat right on the bow. That's not really right. That shouldn't be there.
The boat was pretty much in the middle of the channel. It was pretty unusual for us, so that's why we gathered that it was their boat fairly quickly.
Yeah, my boat. Yeah, okay. My boat.
Okay, chill out.
There's boy.
I think I can see. No, there's not.
It's the right boat, but there are no signs of life on board.
There is my boat.
As we got close, we shone a light actually into the cabin. You could see somebody actually lying down in the cabin. That person wasn't in the water. It does not mean he's safe and well. We were hitting on the window and trying to get his attention, and we weren't getting any response from him whatsoever. So we were thinking the worst.
Crew member Chrissy goes aboard to check on the unmoving figure inside.
Yeah, and then we'll come back for this.
When I opened the door, I could smell there was a lot of alcohol involved. He was snoring quite loudly. I was pretty convinced he was asleep.
Hello, Jack. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? He's completely unconscious. He's completely unconscious.
The deck was awash with alcohol. There was a few tinnies lying about. There was scotch, vodka, that sort of thing. They'd obviously had a good pie.
Wakey, wakey! Wakey, wakey, come on!
I was doing my best to wake him up, but it wasn't really happening. I was tempted to chuck a bucket of water over him, but I don't think that would have done a lot of good anyway.
I need you to wake up, mate. Come on. Let's go.
We'd heard afterwards that after having an all-day drinking session whilst out on the boat, these guys had come back up the river and the engine stopped, and they then proceeded to have an argument about who was meant to put the fuel in the engine. That argument turned into fisticuffs, and apparently the guy that we'd found in the river had actually jumped to try and get away from his mate. Yeah, apparently that's what happened. Turned out they didn't run out of fuel. They had a line around the prop, and, but they were not in a state to recognise that.
Let's go, mate. Wake up. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. You all right? Can you hear me? You okay? You okay? Your friend? We just pulled your friend out of the water.
Drinking boats is always a bit of a recipe for disaster. It happens time and time again. People are normally quite grateful when you go to them. But this chap was enjoying his sleep, and he was a bit annoyed that I woke him up.
The two casualties were handed over to the police and Coast Guard. They retrieved their boat from the lifeboat station the next day.
It's quite comical in how it unfolded and how we found the people and the guy on the boat and the fact he didn't want to get woken up. I knew that crew was looking out for me and looking after me, and I think it was a good experience for me, and this will be one that I always remember and never forget as I go through my career on the lifeboat.
I think for one of your first shouts, that was definitely an interesting and slightly challenging situation to be in. She seemed pretty unfazed by everything, really. I think she thought it was quite funny. With a father like Tuggy, Isabel's going to be made of pretty tough stuff.
In Porthcawl, the summer holidays are well underway, with over 100,000 holidaymakers flocking to the town.
Tourism brings on the silly season. We definitely get an influx of shouts. We can get shouts from missing kids, blow-up dinghies, being blown out to sea, even people buying boats and just going for it. We attract every type of seagoing person. You've got surfers, kayakers, fishermen. We get people cut off by the tide.
People go out on a sunny day, walk into areas that aren't covered with water, and within 10-15 minutes the tide comes in and you're not getting back where you came from because there's water there where it wasn't before.
May is the beginning of the lifeboat station's busiest season. Multiple 999 calls have come into the Coast Guard. 2 teenage boys are in trouble. Within minutes, Porthcall's D-class lifeboat is launched.
Once we got headed out across the bay, we got onto contact with the Coast Guard, asked for any more information.
What we got, kitten there? Newton Point. Get stuck on Newton Point.
2 boys have been spotted stranded on a rock just off a nearby headland.
I'm assuming they're on those rocks just up the point there.
Newton Point is around 1.5 miles from the station. It's not a particularly good place to be cut off. There's quite a lot of rocks, outcrops, shallows. I was kind of dreading, really, getting in and around and being able to manoeuvre the boat in there.
Today is one of the highest tides of the year. The sea is set to rise nearly 10 metres in 6 hours.
Go around and come in between the rocks, got it?
In these conditions, vicious rip currents will sweep anyone trying to swim ashore straight out to sea.
There's probably around 4 to 5 knots of tide that day. If the tide comes in and sweeps them off a rock, the potential then is for them to drown, be washed out to sea.
If on the rock, I'll try and pick them up on this. If they're in the water, just go straight in, right?
We need to get in there and get the job done sooner rather than later.
Do you reckon it went round this way, did you, Kitty?
Just over 3 minutes after launching, the D-class arrives at Newton Point.
Milford, Porthcawl LB, Sitreps currently on scene. Found the 2 teenagers cut off. Just assessing now the best evacuation system. Over.
We saw the 2 casualties perched on top of the rock. We could see that it was completely surrounded by water, but there's actually rocks on the south end of where they were, so there's no way of us getting in that way, so we had to go into the bay.
I'm not happy about that swell in there. That's one bad as well.
The 2 boys are only 25 metres from shore, but the rising tide has brought big surf, which is breaking over submerged rocks all around them.
Right, boys, I want one of you to get the oar out, just to get ready with depth, yeah?
To make matters worse, the water's only around half a metre deep on this side of the rock.
The pressure of being a helm really is obviously you don't want to stick yourself or your crew in more danger. The main potential for us was capsize of the vessel. This would put us 3 crew members in the water then.
Just keep my depth going.
They're only 10 metres from the boys, but large waves are now breaking all around them.
I had a chat with the crew, told them what we were going to do. We were going to head in. It was going to be a little bit dangerous.
See a second through sledge.
Dan must wait for a gap in the set and time his approach perfectly.
Hold on then, boys, hold on. Ready then, boys?
Go for it. All right then, boys?
All right.
As soon as we got that bow onto the rock, a wave come from the side and knocked us off the rock.
Hold on, boys.
That put us in a not the best situation. Once we went back to sitting in the middle of the gully where we were, waiting for the waves to calm down.
With the spring tide flooding in, the water's rising fast. It won't be long before the boys are swept off the rock.
The worst case scenario is you can't get the casualties. You may be able to see the casualties, but you physically can't do anything for them because it means putting yourself and your crew at risk.
They were very challenging conditions. It wasn't a big swell, but it was the kind of swell that if you weren't looking, it would catch you out. So that's when it turned into a snatch and grab and kind of get in there and get out as quick as possible.
Kidney, what I'm going to do, get you off and going back in, right? Get ready to jump off. I'm going back out there. Ready, boys? It's going to be a bump, but we're going to do it. Go!
Give me a sec. Colin, come on, let's go. Colin, mate, quick. Sit
Sit down, sit down.
There was no time for messing about. I jumped off the boat onto the rock, got hold of the boys, spun the boat around and got back out of there within probably 30 seconds.
Hold on.
There was no more time than that.
Alright? Yeah, man. I'm Chris. What's your name? What was it? Mitch. Alright, you need to put this on, mate.
18-year-olds Mitchell and Christian had come from Newport for the weekend.
Me and Chris went to the beach and we seen a rock, so we just thought, well, we needed a place to sit down and relax for a bit, and we thought that'd be the nicest place to be.
You alright, mate?
We were just there trying to have a good time. We didn't really think anything too much about the weather and the water, especially not a tide coming in and trapping us on a rock.
Who ran the Coast Guard? Did you ring them or? So we're Newton Downs, eh?
Let's go into Newton,
yeah, we're gonna go straight Newton, yeah?
It was really far out, like not close to us at all, so we thought we was all right. And then it come up to our feet within like 45 minutes. We like, oh, it's too close now.
Didn't realise how quick a tide comes in. It's quick, isn't it?
We sat on one side of the rock and like we thought that one side was going to come by one and like we looked and it was all coming.
Fast, isn't it?
His mum rang, and this is the point we were actually trapped on the rock, and he was like, oh no, we're fine, no trouble at all. We'll be back soon, thinking that the tide was going to go out. And then he messages his mum, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it's something on the lines of, I love you, we're going to die, we're trapped on a rock.
What we're going to do, guys, we're going to put you on the beach. There's like a Coast Guard team come. They'll just have a little chat with you and probably take you back to the caravan and or wherever you want to go. Like, they'll sort you out.
Before they was going to go mad at us when we got on the boat, and but they were actually really nice. Like, they just asked if we're okay. Like, they didn't seem the slightest bit angry about it. Like, so it was a relief. I was like, yes, like, whew, I'm not going to die. I'm not going to get wet. I'm good. Like.
No, I'll try and get you on the beach now, mate. I'll try and keep it dry, yeah?
They dropped us to shore, and they asked us to walk. And me and Chris said that there could be a problem with that. I was wearing my Versace jacket at the time, and I was thinking, it's not going to be a good thing for us to go out there in the water and get drenched.
Jump on the back, is it? Hi, mate.
They had their top-of-the-range trainers on, so they didn't want to get them wet, so Sam and Chris gave them piggybacks. Part of the service we provide, yeah. Try and help out as much as we can.
Yeah, the Coast Guard are coming down, they literally just going to...
And literally just give you a lift back, that's...
Even if you do get yourself into a sticky situation, you know, that they could have helped, we're still not there to judge them. We're there to offer a helping hand, you know?
Nice little shout, huh?
Yeah, that's cool.
It's been a year since the collision in Torbay. After 3 operations and over 10 hours of surgery, James is now back on his feet.
I was very surprised at how my leg came back. So May to August, I could move around. I didn't push it, but equally, I didn't sort of just stay all covered up and worried about things. I thought, well, I'll have a go. The doctor said it's okay. Let's see what happens.
It's been amazing what they did and how well he's healed. And, you know, that he can go for a walk. Yes, he gets tighter than he did before, but, you know, it's incredible.
The lifeboat saved my life. The air ambulance getting me there quickly saved my leg, and the doctors in Derriford. I do feel eternally grateful and lucky for that lot to exist.
It was awful to hear. They were so scared. They couldn't hear us shouting to them.
There's absolutely zero point trying to hide, my friend. I know you're there.
He thought we were the police, and he was a little bit scared of the repercussions.
She was a big girl, and it dawned on me what kind of a rescue this was.